Welcome to day 2 of our 25th International Humanitarian and Security Conference. I'm independent surgeon and a specialist in minimally invasive surgery and robotic surgery, and then we will have Professor Aude Billard, who is Professor of Robotics and Artificial Intelligence at the PFL. Please join me in welcoming them to today's session. As you all know, you can follow our conference in live streaming. You just go to www.webster.ch/live, and you can also find the recordings of yesterday's sessions online. Follow the instructions while you're walking here inside the auditorium. Keep your distance, wear your mask when you are leaving your seat. Thank you very much. Welcome, Professor Morel. The floor is yours. You can either speak from here or wherever you want, even from there. Thank you.
Well, good morning, those of you who are here attending physically the conference, and welcome also to the people who are watching from somewhere else in the world. First, I would like to thank Webster University for inviting me, the organizing committee, of course, and first of all, Professor Fopiani. I'm very glad to talk about one of my interests. However, as you will see, I'm going mainly to talk about the civilian use in peacetime and in the civilian hospital of the robotic surgery. There is actually today very little involvement of robotic surgery in humanitarian medicine or surgery. However, I hope that the talk that you will see will give you inspiration and possible adaptation to use some of those facilities in the field of humanitarian medicine and surgery. I was working at the University Hospital Geneva. I was chief of visceral surgery and chairman of the Department of Surgery, involved in solid organ transplantation, in minimal invasive surgery, and leading the field of robotic surgery. And I'm actually working in private practice. Those are pictures of instruments that have been used 4,000 years ago. And I'm sure that looking at this slide, you can realize to what use some of those instruments were built for. Not very different from the one that we used 4,000 years later. This is 1,000 years ago. Almost the same instruments. Of course, it's steel, but the shape remains the same and the use remains the same. And those are instruments used 100 years ago. 4,000, 1,000, 100. Very, very little progress. Very, very little change. What I mean by this is that the evolution of surgery during this time and for the last decades has been essentially and mainly due to two aspects. First, the development and the understanding of infection, the precaution taken to prevent infection, asepsis, antisepsis, including, of course, wound dressing, cleaning, and antibiotics. This is one of the key elements that has been allowing the development of surgery. And the second one, of course, is the control of pain. Analgesia, anesthesia was crucial. You have all seen those pictures of patients that have been treated without any kind of anesthesia except alcohol that they were drinking. And those two elements and the development in those two fields have been allowing surgeons to describe operations that were done over the time and that we still use today. Now, for those centuries, nothing really has been changing in surgery. We have been using an open technique where in the operation you could see with your eyes the operating field, and you could touch with your hands the organs that you were operating. This was surgery for a couple of hundreds of years, until recently, until the development of what is called minimal invasive surgery. From this point on, everything has been changing, not only for the patient, of course, but mainly for the surgical team. What does it mean? You use those instruments through the skin, through what we call trocars. We can introduce one or another instruments, a scissor, a forceps, whatever, but you are not anymore with your eyes and with your hands in the operative field. The operating room has also been changing a lot. You used to have bright light in the OR, now it was dark. The surgeon is watching a screen, and it means a lot. It means that he's losing the 3D dimension. He's only watching the operating field in 2D, and this is, of course, a visual handicap. Not only this, but his hands are outside here, the belly or the thorax or whatever, the chest or whatever, and he's moving instruments without looking at the place, physically at the place where they are acting, as he's watching the screen. So major change in the way that the vision was handicapped, 2D instead of 3D, and the instrumentation was very different. It's what I called the Chinese sticks, it can go up, down, left, right, and at the end, the only thing it can do is opening and close. You can put a forceps, you can put a needle holder, you can put scissors, but that's the only movement that it does. A major handicap. I'm sure today, if we were going towards an ethical committee telling, look, we are changing the operation, for example, of the gallbladder, very frequent operation. Instead of opening the patient, looking with your eyes and touching with our hands, we are going to go through the skin. The vision is going to be decreased, and we will be physically handicapped with the movement. No decent ethical committee would accept to do this. And actually, none of you would accept to have his gallbladder removed another way, that with minimal invasive surgery. So a major change in very few years. And this is really the first progress in the design of the surgical activity. Yet, all this happens in the operating room while man is going on the moon, man is going on the space, with all the technology, all the facilities that it means, that it includes. Outside the OR, the technology is huge. Inside the OR, we're still working with a fork and a knife. Now, about 30 years ago, Gary Guntart worked on the first robots in the US. And this is the first robot designed by Gary Guntart about 30 years ago. Very, very recent. Now, in few years, this is the evolution of the robot he initially designed. And this is actually the only real robot for thoracic, urological, gynecological, and abdominal surgery. It's called Da Vinci, and I will describe what it is. But the first striking thing in this picture that you can see is that the surgeon is sitting at what we call a console. He's not at the bedside of the patient. At the bedside of the patient, you have the arms of the robot, and you have a nurse changing the instruments on the arms of the robot. On the right side of the screen, you have the technical command of this robot. There have been several generations of Da Vinci built by the factory Intuitive, initiated by Gary. And as you can see, those robots have 3 or 4 arms, and the surgeon, again, is not at the bedside. He's in the same room, but working without looking even at the patient. So again, a major step, a major change for the surgeon. He's moving the instrument with his hands. And believe it or not, it's very, very, very easy. Each of you in 5 minutes can do very complex movements with the robot. And the robot is very easy to handle. Intuitive is really a good word and a good name to call this robot. What does it mean, robots? It means first that the instruments are different. The instruments are articulated. And you can move the instruments even more than you can move your wrist. I'm limited 90 degrees extension, 90 degrees flexion. Maybe the youngster of you can go further, but I cannot anymore. 90 degrees, 90 degrees. With these instruments, you go far behind 90 degrees. So movement, we have again mobility of our instruments in the operating field, and very easy to handle. Now the second thing is vision. We have two visual canal, two visual optics. So you really recover the 3D dimension, a real and not reconstructed, a real 3D dimension. Not only this, but you have an enlargement of the picture. So you are really completely immersed in the belly or in the thorax, in the chest of the patient. Mobility is better than your hand. Vision is even better than normal vision. So not only we retrieve the facilities that we need to do surgery, but we keep, of course, what we call the keyhole surgery. Now, this is an operation done on the left by laparoscopy, standard laparoscopy, sewing, on the right by the robot. I do both of them. Now look, even without knowing anything in surgery, how it's tedious on the left side, how it goes smoothly on the right side. The surgeon can really handle the tissues, handle the suture, handle the material that he has to put, for example, a net, much more easy with the robot. It means, of course, more safety for the patient. A better operation done by a surgeon who is on the top, sitting on a chair, is really better. There is no tremor at all, of course, and you can see how you can do a knot on the right side very, very easily. And this is normal speed. And on the left, it's really tricky. None of you would be able to do a knot in an hour. All of you would be able to do a knot in 5 minutes using the robot. So it brought many things. Small scars are preserved, shorter hospitalization time, less pain. This is the same as minimal invasive, no surgery, less blood loss, quicker return to normal activity. Mainly a better vision, so safer surgery, an improved mobility, so safer surgery, and the surgeon is completely immersed in his operation and in the body of the patient. Now, robotic surgery is not really started now. You see how many instruments, how many robots have been sold worldwide. This was the end of March. So almost 6,000, a lot of robots spread all over the world, more in the US, less in Asia. In Switzerland, this very small country, you have 40 robots, probably the highest density worldwide, and Geneva has 6 of them. So patients do benefit of this technique here. And look at the number of operations that are done. In green, urology, in yellow, gynecology, in blue, visceral surgery. Those are the 3 main fields now where this Da Vinci robot is used. Over 1.2 million operations are performed yearly now with this robot. So it's not an exception anymore. It's really the rule in many surgical operations. Annual growth, 18%, for 2 reasons. First, we discover new application of the robot where it is beneficial for the patient. It has to be beneficial for the patient. It's not, a game. It's not something for the fun of the surgeon. It has to be seriously improving the quality of surgery that you give to your patient. And second, more and more surgeons are learning to use the robots. Scientific publications, of course, it has to be supported by scientific publication, are increasing worldwide every year. And of course, financially, it is a huge market. Each of those robots is cost about $1.5 million, and each instrument can be used only 10 times and cost about $2,000. So it's a lot of money to use those robots, and a large investment for the hospitals buying them. Now, of course, there are many competitors. There is none actually that is really clinically used. New players, Medtronic is developing a similar thing where the arms are attached, as you can see, to the operating table. Avatera, which is a German firm, using basically the same design, arm with instruments that you can change on those arms. A very important player is Verb Surgical. Verb Surgical is the union of Google with the potential of Google, not only the financial potential, but the potential of brains. And Johnson & Johnson, which is a factory involved for years in the medical devices. This should start. If you can start the video, please. Yeah, it starts. New design. This is an instrument that has a size of about 1 inch. Look at the mobility of these instruments, how the technicians have been able to design these instruments. So this is vision, and now you have the instruments coming through almost the same channel, and those instruments can be bended, are flexible, have the physical resistance to do some movements with strength. You cannot see the vision, but I can show you that the vision is absolutely amazing. So this is one of the options. Another one by Intuitive, again, who is developing the field. Again, about 1 inch diameter, a little bit more, and you have 3 instruments and a camera with 2 channels. So you keep your 3D vision, and as you can see, the instruments are also flexible. 3 instruments, 1 camera. So you can imagine that this is a small scar. Yes, it's not really the aim, but you can imagine that you can introduce 2 or 3 of those instruments in, for example, the belly of the patient, and you can do very complex operation with this. It's amazing. The technology is finally coming in the operating room. So we started with open surgery, minimal invasive surgery, mechanical assistance, robotic surgery. We will move to navigation and finally to automated surgery. These are the steps that have been achieved in very few years. Now the future. Again, a lot of technology around us, including in the sky, but also in your pocket with your phone. Open surgery was a 3D vision, 3D manipulation. Minimal invasive surgery, again, was 2D vision, 2D manipulation. Robotic surgery offers what I just mentioned, but on the top, it is an interface between the surgeon, between the arms of the robot and the patient. Why is it important? Because on this interface, you can inject, if I may say so, information. Radiological pictures, other information that a surgeon can use in real time during surgery. You can either inject them on the line between the robots, between the arms of the robot and the console, or you can register within the console some pictures, some help, some radiological reconstruction, as you will see. So this interface will allow the surgeon to benefit from added information in real time during surgery. This is a picture of what is done today. This is a CT scan, and this is picture reconstruction. A liver with a tumor. In blue, the vessels. Here is a 3D reconstruction of this liver with, in red, the tumor itself. So you can work on those pictures to know how you are going to resect this tumor. You can move those pictures. You can design the plan through which you will cut the liver, make sure it's a good and adequate plan on one hand to remove the tumor as required, on the other hand to prevent from losing too much liver. So the surgeon can, and this is done today, can work on the picture and prepare beforehand the operation that he is going to run. But you can also imagine that these pictures, this drawing, this construction can be recorded and could be delivered in real time during the surgical procedure to the surgeon. At this time, it would be a real help for the surgeon to know where in reality he has to go and to cut through the liver. The liver is different between each person, although all of them are normal. So it's very important to adjust and to adapt your surgical procedure to the single liver you are going to operate. And it is a challenge for liver surgery. It can be also in other fields of surgery, but I'm mentioning the one I know. And in this field, this type of reconstruction and this type of help during surgery would be really important for the patient. Another thing is navigation. You use navigation every day in your car. What you have in your GPS is a map. What you add to the GPS is your position located, as you know, by a satellite. In surgery, you can do the same. The map would be the pictures, the radiological pictures of the patient, and the movement of your car would be, in fact, the movement of your instruments. I won't go into detail, but this device does exist. We have been using it. There is a firm in Bern working on this by the name of Cassination, and this is a way that you could, in real time during surgery, use a GPS facility to guide your surgical activity. A liver, a small tumor on the edge of the liver. This is, of course, an easy case that would, in fact, not need anything like that, but it's an illustration of what can be done. This tumor has to be removed with a safe margin and trying to preserve as much liver as you can. And this is a reconstruction by Cassination, where you can see in red and down, I hope you can see it, yes, the reconstructed picture of the instruments, the tumor in yellow, and the surgeon looks at the real operating field, and superimposed, he has this picture. You can also draw the picture as a target, establish safe margin around it, and guide your instruments so that the resection, the removal of the tumor, preserves the margins that are required to be on the safe side and remove completely this tumor. So those devices, those systems will allow the surgeon to be more accurate and, of course, will deliver a better care. If you can start the video here, please. What we use today as an experiment, not in standard, is the following thing. This is a gallbladder removed with a robot. This is, on the lower part, the reconstruction of the gallbladder with the radiological pictures of the patient himself. And you have here joysticks where you can adjust the position of the picture to the position that you see during surgery. Of course, it should be superimposed. It is not. We don't have the technique to do it now. However, it does exist around us. And imagine that you can, from the top picture, you see that it's very difficult to see the real anatomy, the ducts, the vessels. If you have superimposed the picture that you have on the lower part, then you can guide your surgical activity. Next one, yeah. Sorry. Now, those are the ones that I show you are huge robots. Miniaturization will come and is still here. So when you talk miniaturization, you talk about implantable mini robots, implantable cameras. This is a mini robot with a camera and 2 instruments that could be introduced within the abdominal cavity through keyhole surgery. We can even go further. If you think of such robots, you can imagine that several of them can be introduced within the abdominal cavity, can be moved around in magnetic fields, for example, can do their job, and then be extracted. The instruments that we use today are instruments that are just mechanical, but there's something new that will come. Those instruments will not only hold the tissue, but will give you details about oxygenation, tension, vascularization, solidity, and composition of the tissue. So you will know in real time not only which tissue you can see, but what is the consistency, what is the nature, and what is the vascularization of the tissue. Many more information will be given to the surgeon through those instruments. So what we aim for is, in fact, to remove from the operating room the most dangerous part for the patient. And the most dangerous part for the patient within the operating room is the surgeon himself. He can be tired, he can be upset, he might not have prepared his operation, and all those factors, of course, will influence the outcome of surgery. So we can even go one step further and think that one day the robot will replace the surgeon. Well, look at this video, which is amazing. Not only for this picture, but for this one. This is a robot. Imagine how much technology is needed to have the movement, to have the coordination, so that this robot stands, and look, he will stand on one foot and play a football game with President Obama. So we are not really very far from replacing the most dangerous part in the operating room, namely the surgeon, by some sort of robots. The very important difference, of course, is the brain and the adaptation to unforeseen events. But this pictures a future where we will be faced with more and more robotic activity in the operating room, as we are in our lives. Foresee the future is not enough. We have to make it possible. And I think we have to work on this, even if some of those pictures are yet still a dream. But we have to be careful, because future might not be exactly like we plan. And the events that we are living those days show that unforeseen events can affect and modify what we plan for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Morel. It was very interesting, especially the last images and the forecast for the future. One of the latest images on the nano robots made me think of the movie Fantastic Voyage of 1966 that someone knows. Okay. Please, Jubin, you have a question? Yeah.
If it's question and answer.
It's at the end of the full panel, but it's better after.
Oh, I see. Okay, okay.
Yeah, okay. But anyway, so now it's time to welcome Professor Aude Billard, who is full professor of robotics and artificial intelligence at the École Polytechnique Fédérale in Lausanne. Thank you very much for being with us, Professor Billard.
Sorry. Good morning, everyone. It's really a pleasure to be here. I can see that, okay, it's playing, that's perfect. All right. So yeah, thank you very much for this invitation. I look forward to the next discussion on the ethics of robotics. I think it's very important. My goal today is twofold. The first is to give you a brief overview of where we are in terms of research in robotics. And I will put a focus on research in robotics that can help humans. So here where I put this picture, collaboration or cooperation and competition. I don't want to discuss about competition. I don't want to discuss so much about the fact that robots may take over some jobs. I'm happy to discuss that later on. This is not my goal. I want to focus primarily on cooperation. How can robots help people get better, and especially in terms of rehabilitation? So I will give some example of the work done in my lab, but I want also to give you a brief overview of what exists nowadays. But then in the second part, I really want also to break some of the dream that robotics is already at some stages and AI is already solving many different problems. I think we have to be aware that there are still many problems not solved, and I would like to spend a minute on this. Okay. So you're probably all familiar with the fact that there exists now different mechanisms that are partially automated, sometimes fully automated, to enable to replace some of the part of the body where we need to have a replacement, so typically prosthesis for the hands, prosthesis for the legs, and also we have more and more wheelchairs that can be semi-automated. I will come back to that. I like to play these two videos because I think these are the most impressive results that we have nowadays. You see on top left a typical example of a prosthesis for the hand, which can detect from EMG data the different type of grasp that you want to do, which will depend on the object, and can pick up different objects this way. So this is a partially automated system. The grip is automated, but the decision is still on the person's head, or here in this case, muscles. I very much like the example which is on the bottom right. This is the work done by Mohamed Bouri at EPFL, one of my colleagues. This is one of these fantastic prostheses that allows someone to climb staircase. It was the first example in the world that will allow someone to go not just walking, but also climbing. which is extremely difficult. I want to emphasize that it's not just the device, it's also the human behind that. The person was outstanding and really wanted to put all effort possible to be able to climb. So there is a partnership between the mechanics and the human, which is extremely important. This is a work that I'm doing in collaboration with Takuba. Maybe you can play the video, please. Yeah. This is a new type of wheelchair. It allows the person to stand, which is much better because it allows the person to now be again in a social relationship with others at the same height. As you can see, it only requires the person to bend forward. So this is really meant for people who have residual abilities to move the torso forward. This is typically targeted to relatively young people after an accident, typically of sport, where they may have lost the control of their legs. What we work a lot on is to give the autonomy to this wheelchair so that there is less control to be done by the human. So typically being able to perceive obstacles and to avoid them very quickly. You see here the type of detection that we can do, detecting different people, pedestrians, as they walk in. One thing to bear in mind when a wheelchair moves is that often it's going to be surrounded by pedestrians. We don't have so many crowds these days, but in usual days we have lots of them. And you need to react very rapidly. So we are testing here how we can navigate in extremely enclosed space, which is not trivial at all. And here all the obstacles are static. We also want the wheelchair to typically be able to avoid pedestrians when those are not making any effort to avoid the wheelchair, which is typical of what we see in real life. And here is just the latest example that we did at EPFL, but as you can see, our crowd have thinned terribly. So we are a little bit in lack of crowds just now, but we will continue developing that and testing this, probably in train station in a few months from now. Okay. One thing that I decided to speak a little bit about, because I knew that Philippe Morel was speaking before me, was to talk about the work that we are doing jointly with the University Hospital in Geneva, where we have started to collaborate with them to indeed put more robotics and more automation in the surgical room. So here we target something a little complementary to what has been presented this morning. We like the surgeon actually to be in control, and more in control even than what he or she is doing at the minute. So often a surgeon will be surrounded by assistant. Here we are thinking about laparoscopy surgery. You may have an assistant that's control for the camera, and you have an assistant to control for the retractor, for instance. Now the problem is the communication is difficult. I'm sure you understand that now that you have to wear a mask on a daily basis, how difficult it is to communicate when you have a mask on your face. Your voice is not transmitting as well as it does normally. And of course, there is no room for misunderstanding, as Mr. Morel just said earlier on. So what we started, there is a video playing normally. Can you play it, please? If you click on the drawing, yeah. Okay. So we started off from a system where one could control the robot in addition to controlling one's hands through the foot. One foot here. Then we thought, well, we have 2 feet, so why restraining ourselves to only 1 foot? And knowing that surgeons are incredibly dexterous, we thought maybe we will give it a try to see if they could control 2 robotic arms with the 2 feet. And so the idea would be that one of the foot will be in control of the endoscope, and the other one will be in control of the retractor. And well, of course, what we care about is to feedback, haptic feedback, such that we can sense when there are contacts and potentially unwanted contacts. But what we are looking for is also very much to put a lot of autonomy in this. So typically to prevent when the foot is entering too much. So to be able to have a model and stop on time, or to react to different changes in the force and the haptic feedback. And also, that has been mentioned before, and it's a very important thing, is to prevent tremor. But I like to focus mostly on the foot interface. And there was a lot of work, again, jointly with Dr. Mohamed Bouri, to design the foot interface. There are many designs possible. We looked at many different possibilities, also thinking about what will be the most comfortable position for the surgeon. And we ended up with something which is really pushing the extreme. We're not sure this will be doable, because here we're asking the surgeon to actually control, with each of the foot, 5 degrees of freedom. It's possible, mechanically speaking. Is it possible cognitively speaking? That has to be seen. And what we will be working on further is also to put more automation to allow the robot to do part of this automatically. So here is a first video to give you a sense of what this will mean. Here it's not a surgeon, it's the main researcher who is working on the design of the foot platform, Jacob Hernandez. And he's very skilled at that. You see the right foot and the left foot on the left-hand side, which are controlling the two robotic arms. And look at this, it's really a four-arm manipulation. You have two hands, which you can actually see. Can I point? I'm not sure. Okay, no way. All right, I will describe that. So you have, on the one hand, the left robot, which is controlling for the endoscope, and you see that as it's moving, then you have a different view. So this is partially automated, partially driven by the foot. On the right-hand side, you have the retractor, which is controlled by the right foot of the person, which is retracting what you see in the tiny images in the middle, which is an elastic band. And what the two hands are left to do is to tie a knot, which is typically something that still remains fairly difficult to do with a robot. So in other words, we're transmitting to the robot control all the tasks that are maybe easy to do, here in this case, controlling for the orientation of a camera to make sure that things are still in the view of the surgeon, and controlling also for retraction. The intention of retracting is given by the surgeon. The robot is doing some of the automation. So that's the first prototype. It's a prototype, and we will start testing it at the University Hospital in the few months that come. Now I'd like to turn to the second part of the talk. So robots, yes, have the potential to improve, importantly, the life of many humans. But I really want to emphasize, robots remain very powerful, and they are dangerous machines. They are dangerous machines, okay? They are made of metals. They can produce a lot of force, and if they make mistakes, then usually it's detrimental. I would also like to emphasize that robots' understanding of the world is extremely limited at this stage, and I will show examples of what I mean by this. So I'd like to start first by what robots are good at, and I'll show you other examples from my lab and elsewhere. So this is something that we love to do in my lab, is to catch things super fast, to show how precise and extremely fast robots can be, to catch things that even a human cannot be able to do. So to catch bottles that are flying and rotating at extreme speed. Here you have less than 0.5 seconds. We did that also with two different arms and to catch them simultaneously. So robots are very good at those things. And that's also one of the reasons why many people, including the army, want to put robots in place of soldiers because of the extreme precision at which they can fire on targets, and the fact that there is no fatigue and no mood change and so forth. Yes. So this is an example that you probably are familiar with, which is the sentry gun from Samsung, which has been deployed at the border between South and North Korea for now a few years. Observe that this is based on automatic recognition of people coming to the robot. So let me move now to automatic recognition of obstacle, which I've shown you with the wheelchair moving. Here is an example I love. This is a very good example. The car avoided a car crash. What I found most fascinating is the fact that the car, just after that, starts again, no emotion, and then drives again. I mean, if it was to happen to me, I would probably have my heart beating like hell and then stop for a little while. So that's what robots are good at. No emotion, very precise, computing very rapidly things. And that's also one of the reasons why they are deployed now for drones, and I'm sure that David Cameroons will say more about that. And that's what I would like to talk about. Robots are not so good at. What are they not so good at? So many things. This is one example. Yeah, we saw Asimo, and Asimo early on, that's the name of the robot that you've seen playing a little bit of soccer game with Obama. Asimo can run well on completely flat ground, where you really test it over and over again, and it works well in that flat ground. When you put robots in a real environment, then it's a different story for at least locomotion and stability. It is difficult. Research is outstanding. What is done today is fantastic, but I really want to break this idea that we are there. We are not there. There is still a lot to be done. This is something that I showed to the class, to one of the courses that I give on artificial intelligence at EPFL. This is one of the best recognition that you have for cars, which I ran here in Lausanne to see how well it will detect. And I decided to do that really at a time where we know the detection is not so good. It's not so good for humans either. If you drive, when it's just, it's not exactly night, it's not exactly day, it's just in between. It's difficult for you, it's difficult for robot as well. Pay attention. What you will see is that the camera here will hallucinate. It will hallucinate pedestrians, it will hallucinate cars. You'll think it's better that it hallucinates more pedestrians and cars than not. I don't know. What if it suddenly brakes and there is no reason to brake? I mean, that could create a lot of damages in the traffic. So I really want to emphasize that it's not perfect. Detection of pedestrians is not perfect by far and large at this stage. In fact, detection of cars is fairly good. Detection of pedestrians is not that good yet. And I want to speak a little bit about the ethics behind that, because we know that many of these systems may be deployed also to control for robots that are used in the army. The fact that the robot makes mistakes, such as those that I'm illustrating here, could be incredibly detrimental. You can imagine how the robot could confuse between different targets just by a tiny change in the pixels. Imagine that often what happens is that this prediction is based on probability. And some of this probability can be incredibly low. So what if you just take a threshold on what is the maximum probability, not even looking at the absolute value? And so that would be incredibly detrimental. And so typically you may fire at the wrong target. Often the answer that we get, which is the typical answer for everything, autonomous cars, drones, and similarly for robots being used in wars, is that, oh, but there is always a human behind which is responsible. Well, the human is slow, the robot is fast. So is it fair to think that the human can be responsible? I think it's not fair and it's not very correct. Think of drones. When you're driving a drone, the drones fly so fast. There are a lot of delays in transmission from the image that you're getting from the drone. By the time you're getting it, the drone has already passed the village, and by the time you're pressing to not send the target, then it's maybe too late, or conversely. So these delays are the reality of the control that we have for robots. And I don't think that at this stage, giving control to humans completely for some of these devices is possible. A lot of it is autonomous control. And then we really have to think about, to which level of risk we are putting other humans when we are doing that. So I'll close by saying, yes, robots have the potential to improve importantly the life of many humans. I strongly believe in that. I think they're really useful for many different things, as has been mentioned by Professor Morel earlier on. But we need to use them wisely. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Biard. Yes, for the questions, I would rather wait at the end of session 5, because the title is The Ethics of Robots. So if our two keynote speakers can wait until the end of this session, can you wait for the questions? Okay. So I would now invite on the podium Dr. Gurman, Dr. Rochelle, Fournier, and Scaramuzza for session number 5, The Ethics of Robotics. Thank you very much.
Welcome to this first panel of the second day of this conference. There are only a few people in the room. I hope we are followed by millions of students, scholars worldwide, maybe live or later on. I understand that the conference will be also recorded and at least some excerpts will be available over the internet. Thank you very much to the organizers, to Professor Oreste Foppiani and his team. I attended yesterday to some sessions as a listener, and I was very impressed by the quality of the contributions. Now, I would like to abuse shortly of the privilege of the chair to very briefly inform you about the new teaching and research initiative at the Webster University Geneva campus, IRILAI, International Relations and International Law related to Artificial Intelligence. You will find a lot of information pretty soon on the website, which is indicated on the screen. The idea is to adopt a multidisciplinary approach focusing obviously on international law and international relations and targeting, so to say, a concern, emerging artificial intelligence, by addressing specific topics like ethics, of course, international trade, the global economic order, intellectual property, security issues, human rights, migration, disaster relief. The program will start as a lecture in 2021, I hope, and the research has already begun, and we are eager and happy to try to set up a center of competence in these areas. I think there will be very many interesting interactions between scholars and students. So I invite you warmly to get informed in more details about this initiative, and if you are interested, to contact us and to interact with us. It's starting. It has, I hope so, a promising future. So now I will pass to the panel, Ethics in Robotics, and it's my great pleasure to have three panelists who have a really impressive professional experience as scholars and practitioners, respectively, in the fields at stake. And I'm welcoming as first speaker Dr. Johann Rochel, who is an associate member of the Ethics Center of the University of Zurich and postdoc researcher in ethics and innovation law at the faculty of this university. He specializes in philosophical and legal questions relating to the organization of life in society. His dual training as a philosopher and legal scholar led him to develop a deeply interdisciplinary approach. Thank you very much for having accepted our invitation. Johann, please, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. Bonjour à tous et à tous.
I'd like to welcome everyone
For the invitation to this panel on the ethics of robotics. As already told by Professor Billard, I think this issue of ethics of robotics is one of the key issues. There is the technical side of the issue, if you want. It was the two first pitches, and I think our panel will be more about the normative question raised by these new technological possibilities. My speech, and I think it's good that it is the first of the three, is like to provide you an overview of the ethical issue on robotics. I hope in 20 minutes you have a better idea of what are the relevant ethical questions on robotics. Okay, maybe to start with the problems I'm trying to address here. The problem is the ethics of robotics is like huge. It's a huge term where you can put a lot of things, a lot of very different things into this package and say, oh, this is an ethical problem, or this is an ethical challenge, or an ethical question if you want. And it's sometimes difficult to pinpoint what are exactly the issue, what are exactly the methods and tools from ethics which are used to address them. If you take ethics or philosophy as a big family of tools and sub-disciplines, with whom are we working actually on that? And thirdly, which makes a perfect link to the announcement just made by Chairman, is the link to the law. Where is it possible to make a link between ethics of this issue and the law? Because the law, in some understanding at least, could be a very interesting way to operationalize the ethical discussion we have, or one of the way to make it really enforced. Just to give you a definition, I mean, philosophers like to start by giving definition because we think, and I think this is a good assumption, that a lot of the problem might be solved by providing clear definition. Just to give you my definition of a robot for today, inspired by Becky. A robot is a machine. It's situated in the world, which excludes software, which exclude purely digital things, if there is such a thing as purely digital chatbot or you name it. And it operates in three ways. It senses something, it processes, it thinks, and it acts. So it takes information from the environment, processes this information, and acts on this basis. And with that, you have the definition of a robot. Let's say that's the working definition of today's speech. My hypothesis to address the problem I just mentioned, we should map the ethics of robotics in three different questions. So we got three clusters of questions. All of these questions are associated with a specific tools, let's say ethical tool, where to look for answer to this question. And all of these three questions are associated with a specific link to the law or to broader political decision-making processes, if you want. Okay? So this is really the idea of navigating the ethics of robotics. I give you a map, and I give you some information about where to find the relevant answer, in my view. Okay, this is the navigation tool. So the first family of questions is ethics in the technology. The second set of questions is social justice. And the third one is impact on narrative and framings. And I will explain now in detail what does that mean. The structure is always the same. I explain the ID. I explain the main discussion going on right now. I make a link to the tools, to the ethical tools, and I make a link to the legal theory. So you got this navigating tool. Okay, first, ethics in the technology. Think of this first family as the question, if you are working in a lab, as Professor Biar, for instance, which are the ethical questions you need to solve in the lab before the product, before the service, before the robot goes out of the lab. So you're working with your team, and some questions come to you. There is no choice. You have to solve them. Even if you don't identify them as ethical questions, you will need to find an answer. And this will be an ethical answer, even if you don't see it as an ethical question and answer, right? So the main issue, data ethics. All the question you might ask on data, it's not only getting the data, the classical, focus of data protection law. What are the conditions to collect data, consent, and all the stuff? It's also more than that. It's really all the questions you can think of about getting data, collecting them, keeping them, and using them. In my definition of the robot, this is the sense part, right? The robot senses, it's about collecting data, basically. You got an AI ethics, which is a new or growing field of ethical discussion, of course, not only linked to robotics, but the relevant part of the AI discussion, ethics, should be included into the robotics part because robotics and AI are coming closer and closer together, which was not the case 10, 20, 30 years ago, where the two disciplines, also the profile of the people working in this lab were quite different. And now we need to think the two together. And the AI ethics, I won't go into details now. You got all the classical issue about making AI explainable, the interpretability of AI, the black box syndrome, all the discussion we can have on this kind of issue. But remember, don't address, for instance, in that family, the social justice impact. This is the second family, right? We're still in the lab. They are the question you need to address as engineer in the lab. You need to address the interface design ethics, quite important. How do you design? How your robot is going to interact with the world, and there are ethical questions in the design of the thing, right? And you have, of course, all the discussion you need to have about accountability and responsibility. Accountability, very briefly defined, being as you need to determine who is going to be the contact person if something happens with the robot, right? The one you complain to, if you want. And the responsibility part is in which kind of responsibility process do you integrate your machine? Who is going to be responsible for what decision? Who has the ability to intervene if something goes wrong? All the accountability and responsibility cluster of questions. I don't go into detail again. The idea is to provide you a mapping, right? Where do you find the ethical resources to address this first set of questions? Classical applied ethics. And you can go by topic if you want. You take military ethics, you get medical ethics, you get care ethics, and you got thematic answer to some of the question. The philosophy of mind, which is not very applied discipline of the philosophy. It's more about thinking how is human brain working and how do we make compatible the fact that we think we are autonomous, the fact that we can freely think of something, and the fact that the physical world is determined, for instance, by physical reason. So these are the ongoing discussion for decades and centuries in the philosophy of mind community, but they are made very much interesting in the context of robots because we're creating, or we try to create, what we call artificial intelligence. I don't think this concept is very useful, but let's use it because everybody uses it. And then you have all the ethical design discussion. Look to the Netherlands. They are very strong in that, in providing value-sensitive design, in thinking how to bring value into design requirements. So they are very strong on that. And Switzerland has we have a lot of room of improvement on this issue. To make the link to the law, it's of course data law, but maybe not understood as a classical data protection. It's the growing AI law. If there is something as AI law today, maybe we need to think of data law as the first step into a much broader AI law. And it's, of course, the consumer protection law. Okay. Second family, social justice. Think about your robot is finished. Your job in the lab is finished. The thing is sold, is used by a big or larger group of people. What's going to happen? Then we need to integrate the impact on the labor market, let's say, and we need much broader to integrate in our reflection the impact on social interaction. And then social interaction has a lot of subcategory, of course. I just mentioned one because it seems to be connected to the broader topic of this conference, for instance, on the conduct of war. Let's say war is a social interaction of a very specific kind. Then, of course, to bring some autonomous machine into the conduct of war will raise social justice question. And of course, the whole is part of a much more broader debate on global inequality in accessing technology. And this is how do we distribute the opportunity to access technology in life-changing kind of thing. We got the example of surgery. Who has access to this technology today? Of course, it's a financial question. And if we think of the war, then it's really a global inequality question, which is key to understand international relations. Again, where do you find ethical answer to that? In political philosophy, in a classical sense, social justice theory. I mean, political philosophy is full of social justice theory, national, international, transnational, global theory. Then we need to adapt this to this question of robotics. In applied ethics, again, where you need to look for, small part thematic issue in the different sub-discipline of applied ethics. which link to the law. Of course, the classical issue here is product liability. This is the classical way to ask the more social justice impact of robotics, to raise the liability question, who is responsible basically for making sure that the robot is working the way it should be. Okay, so basically in this view, the robot is exactly like your TV screen or like your microwave. The idea is just that this does not produce bad or negative consequences for property, or for anything you can think of which has some value. But we need to go further than that. We need to address what I call in the slide transition law. They are all the law, and there are a lot of them: social, insurance law, working condition law, anything you can think of, where we need to ask the question in terms of transition. We are at step 1. We bring more and more robots into social life. They're going to impact. We can have a discussion, what is the ideal society we want for in 20, 30, 40 years? But we also need to address the time in between, which is this transition time. And this calls for transition ethics and for transition law, because we need to address by law the situation occurring between status quo and the ideal situation we wish could be reality in a few years, right? And this is basically what Treblecock, a Canadian economist, this is the title of one of his latest books, called "We Need to Deal with Losers." We need to address the situation of people who are losing in a specific situation, and we need to give them answer. This is a political challenge on the one side, but it's also a legal challenge, because the law should provide answer in that phase of transition. And of course, we need to adapt and use the human right framework as a basic framework for all of this issue, I think. Okay? So third family of questions, this is impact on narrative and framings. Maybe one definition before, and I'm very glad this makes very much echo to the presentation by Professor Biar. The idea is there. What is a narrative? What is a framing? It's basically this, right? Glasses. I put them on my nose, and I have a look at the world. I see you much better with this. I can understand the world. I can make sense of the world if I have some narratives and some framing. I mean, the most common framing we need to speak together is language. Without language, we can't even tell in a conversation, what is this object? What are we talking about? So we need language first, and as soon as we got an understanding what does these words mean, we can have a discussion about more complex concepts, such as freedom, democracy, autonomy, you name it. And this is exactly what we want to do here. We want to be conscious that some framings are put upon this robotics discussion, and these framings are like glasses. They make some of the things of the debate appear very clearly, and some of them are not so clear. And if we change the glasses, some of new elements will appear and all will disappear. So it's very much also a political question, which framing do you put upon the robotic discussion? The first one is the first one also mentioned by Professor Biar, is are we in a narrative of competition, or are we in a narrative of cooperation between the machine? Think again about the concept of artificial intelligence. Just the concept, right? Using these two words together. If you say artificial intelligence, you tell the people there are different sorts of intelligence, right? Otherwise, you will not mention artificial. So there is artificial on the one side and biological, organic, or human intelligence on the other one. And by using artificial intelligence, you assume there are different kinds of intelligence, but you assume, in my view, that the two are in competition at some point. So only the concept of intelligence artificial bring you in a competition narrative, just by using the word, right? And then you can start the discussion. But the discussion is already started on a very biased basis, just by using the word. Again, if you will speaking about smart or algorithm or thing, then you will be much more easily in a cooperation narrative, because as soon as you speak about algorithm, then it's clear they need to be there for something. And this something is something which is useful for human being. So you are in a cooperation narrative. And this is a huge issue with huge economic impact. Who has which interest in pushing which narrative? when we discuss this issue, right? The robotics evolution will have a huge impact on our definition of the specificity of human being, right? In the 90s, you would maybe have said, oh, playing chess is the specificity of human being because it's such a nice game, you know? And then Garry Kasparov lost. Maybe you would say he was playing Go, then we lost. And that was clear. We're not good. We cannot compete with machine on these specific games. Is that what makes us human? Now, our framing of what makes us human has changed and will always change according to technological evolution. And we just need to take into account that these changes are slow. They are sometimes not so noticeable. They're just happening bit by bit. But this has a huge impact on the glasses we put on our nose in interacting with robots. And the first one, which is asked, is what is the purpose of human life? I'm sorry, it's a very big question for a Friday morning at something like 10 for coffee time. What's the meaning of human life? And to have these robots being able to do part of the job, which we consider was our job, is a chance, but it's also an obligation to think again. Why are we here? What makes us interesting species on this planet, right? Linked to philosophy, again, very quickly, political philosophy. Ethics in a classical sense, I put it like this. This is connected to the very much, Greek way of asking a question, what is a good life? What is a life which has some merit? And the robotic discussion forces us again into this discussion. Why? This is interesting. Maybe the most prominent example of the discussion is the value of work. What is the value of having a job? Of being able to do a work which is paid? And this is very much under attack. I say under attack. I don't know if it's negative or positive, but we need to think again the connection between getting paid for something, having a job to do, and being a member of society. And which link to the law, I think this is very interesting, and this is a bit underestimated by legal scholars. This is a definition actually about value and principle of the law and in the law. When speaking about narrative and framing, we are very much connected to a discussion about the principle which are found in the law. And if we define again some basic principle of the law in a new way, they will have a huge impact on the law, but also come back to this idea of framing and having a huge impact on political discussion we have. This is, of course, the discussion about robots having right or obligation. Do we need new entities into the law? And this is, again, I just put it again, it's not an impact on the law as such, it's an impact about the interpretation of the law by executive and judicial entities, but it's also coming back through the glasses they have on the nose to political decision makers, right? So it's like a circle. So I'm finished with this. Please take, or my message, my takeaway would be, please take this navigating tool. You got the three family, ethics in the technology, ethics as justice, social justice question, and this impact on narrative and framings. I hope you have an overview where to find relevant resources to address this question, and where you can think further on the link between ethics and the law and political decision making. Many thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Johan Rochelle, for your contribution. Indeed, there are very new, interesting fields to further explore. You mentioned transition law, and you mentioned that this is a relatively new concept, notably addressing losers. I would say not only losers, but also and especially winners. And here I'm thinking from the legal perspective, probably we can then take inspiration from the concept of transitional justice in the area of international criminal law, where, of course, you have also losers and winners, and often the winners are dangerous people who need to be, to some extent, if possible, if feasible, disciplined by law. Topics to further discuss. So I'm very happy to, after we will have had further presentations, to open the discussion. Now, as a second Contributor, I'm happy to welcome Mr. Guillaume Fournier, who has been working at the International Institute of Humanitarian Law since 2015 as an assistant to the Geneva office representative. He holds a Master in Law and a Bachelor in History from the University of Orléans, as well as a Master in Defense, Security and Crisis Management from the French Institute for International and Strategic Affairs. So Mr. Fournier also holds additional diplomas in international humanitarian law from the University of Nice and the Geneva Academy of International Humanitarian Law and Human Rights. Mr. Fournier has been, that's very nice to know, passionate about international humanitarian law. I think it's important to have some passion in certain areas of professional activities, and this is one, certainly. And its connection to emerging weapon technology for many years. He manages a blog on the legal and ethical questions related to the development of autonomous weapons. He also co-founded in July 2020 the Geneva Institute of International Relations, a Swiss-based independent non-profit think tank dedicated to international affairs. Thank you very much for having accepted the invitation. Please, you have the floor.
Good morning. Thank you for an invitation to speak today. So we'll be looking into the increasing role of machines in society, how machine will be faced with ethical decisions, and if machine can make ethical decisions. And we will finally see the current state of research on machine ethics. These last decades, machines have taken an increasing place in our lives. Humans have outsourced more and more decision-making to machines, and they have become more intelligent and reliable over the years. Humans believe that machines with greater autonomy can tackle issues such as driving, flying, natural disasters, financial crisis, economic forecasting, crime, terrorism, war, famine, poverty, education, inequalities, and medical diagnostics. Those in favor of increased autonomy in machines believe that there is a clear benefit to their use, such as increased productivity, improved safety, increased speed, continuous service availability, and the limitation of the workforce. Most machines currently work under pre-programmed automated rules, but new systems with the ability to learn and progress from experience without being explicitly programmed are becoming the new norm. These systems, based on machine learning, are able to make their own decisions based on experience and knowledge. But the dangers of outsourcing important decisions to machine is obvious. Humans must ensure that machines make the right decisions and that they behave ethically. We need to know that they will act on our best interest. Some fear that if we create a more intelligent machine, they might make decisions that will harm their creators. As we know, intelligence does not by itself define character. Humans, for example, can be smart, but at the same time obstinate, obsessed, delusional, or paranoid. Being smart and making ethical and moral decisions are two completely different things. Criminals can be smart and make morally unacceptable decisions. Humans should not assume that machines will make decisions that are beneficial for them. Humans should also not assume that machines will behave morally or ethically, or even respect our system of morality. So humans, contrary to machines, generally make decisions based on reasoning and have therefore an understanding of the consequences of their actions. But currently, machines do not seem to have a real understanding of the consequences of their actions. Further improvement in deep learning and neural networks might change this. Machines in the near future might clearly understand the result of their actions. The use of intelligent machines is expanding rapidly throughout the world, and this poses numerous moral, ethical, and legal questions. Should we delegate to machines fundamental decisions, such as the right to life and death? Should we trust without question the decisions rendered by machines? Can machines understand what is ethical or not? So robots for domestic and military use will find themselves in situations where they are faced with ethical dilemmas. The main idea of teaching ethics to machine is to keep their impact on society beneficial. Some experts, such as Stephen Hawking, Elon Musk, Steve Wozniak, or even Bill Gates, have expressed concerns that if we don't learn to align the goals of the machines with our own before they become super intelligent, they might decide to do things their own way. They might outsmart humans and possibly overtake them. If autonomous systems are in control of our car or airplanes, our pacemakers, our automated trading systems, our power grid, or our weapons, it is essential to trust them. The difficulty of deciding on the appropriate ethical rule is important. Every moral law, even the seemingly simple one, has several exceptions and counterexamples. The main problem with teaching morality to machines is that it all depends on the moral and ethical conception of the programmers or the information that is fed to the machines. Machines are not ethical or unethical. These are human concepts. Machines make decisions based on the data used to train them and are therefore subject to statistical biases. If these systems are fed data that reflect our prejudices, then the decisions that they will take will likely mimic these prejudices. The accuracy and the fairness, for example, of some facial recognition systems and criminal risk assessment algorithms used by law enforcement have been called into question. Some criminal risk assessment programs were assigning higher risk scores to black defendants at almost twice the rate of white people, and some facial recognition software were having a hard time identifying the gender of a person, and the error rate also climbed the darker the skin of the person was. As a result, machine can make unethical decisions that would be considered for humans as racist, anti-Semitic, or anti-feminist. Machines are therefore subject to the same cognitive biases or confirmation biases as humans. In 2018, the World Economic Forum and the Global Future Council on Human Rights published a white paper with detailed recommendation on how best to prevent discriminatory outcomes in machine learning. This is an effort to address rising concerns over machine learning's impact on human rights. Machines do not really care if a decision is ethical or not. They will currently follow the ethical views of those who program them. Currently, machines cannot be taught what is ethical or not unless humans teaching them have a precise conception of what is ethical or not. Researchers would need to formulate ethical values as quantifiable parameters to provide machines with likely answers and rules to respect when faced with potential ethical dilemmas they might encounter. This would require that humans agree among themselves on the most ethical course of action in any given situation. This seems almost impossible because what is considered morally and ethically acceptable depends on the time and place, and even on the preferences and practices of a group of people or person. Cultural practices affect the ethical values of individuals. What is considered morally and ethically acceptable in specific communities and countries might be perceived as wrong by others, and vice versa. Can we decide that one country or culture has superior ethical norms? Every culture believes that its ethics are the one that should be taken into account. It seems almost impossible to come up with a universal moral code. What we believe are universal values are often not shared by vast parts of the world. Humans have been debating for hundreds of years, and still nobody agrees universally on what should be considered ethically right. Ethical decisions can also be nuanced depending on the context, as different situations will require different ethical approaches. Will algorithms be able to take this into account? Some experts still believe that machines might have a better moral system than humans, and that it might be possible to use artificial intelligence to create a universal moral code. Machines might also come up with a completely different idea of what is ethically acceptable. Machines might decide that it is ethically okay to sacrifice one person or more for the greater good, that it is more efficient to kill someone to achieve its goal, that people should be classified based on their perceived social value, depending on fitness or health, that those who it deems not useful to society should be eliminated. For example, an autonomous car also might be forced to decide if it is more ethical to run over an older person, a younger person, a woman, a man, or a pet. Should it prioritize also the life of passenger, or run over someone, or prioritize the life of those crossing the streets? Machines are certainly outsmarting humans in certain activities that will require speed analysis of large sets of data, but they are still very flawed. Most of the time, people tend to think that machines will make beneficial decisions. However, as we saw, that assumption can often be deeply unfounded, as machines do not understand ethics, morality, or laws. In any case, machines do not today know good or bad and have no emotions. Machines have no point of view whatsoever regarding human feelings and values. Machines do not care if the decision they make is considered morally wrong by humans. Machines would have no point of view regarding the life or death of individual. Machines are currently following the purpose for which they were created, without a real understanding of the consequences of their actions. Even in the future, machines understand the consequences of their actions. They might not come up with the same decision as us. Machines might have their own thinking process that humans disagree with or even not understand. Over the last few years, the United States military, the Office of Naval Research, and the U.S. Department of Defense have been working with top computer scientists, philosophers, and roboticists from U.S. universities to tackle machine ethics and autonomous moral reasoning. Researchers at the California Polytechnic State University of San Luis Obispo, for example, focused on programming simple moral laws, starting with those devised by Isaac Asimov. Ronald Arkin, an American roboticist and professor in the School of Interactive Computing, College of Computing at the Georgia Institute of Technology, has been working, for example, on making machines comply with international humanitarian law. According to him, an ethical robot is a robotic system that can comply with the ethical and social norms of human beings and with international, national, or local laws. The Army Research Office also is funding his research on how to program international humanitarian law. He argues that robots can be programmed to behave more ethically than human soldiers on the battlefield. Another researcher from the Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute is working on a two-step process for machines to make an ethical decision. The first step would be a quick ethical check, and depending on the situation, the robot would then decide if a deeper moral reasoning is required as a second step. So as we saw, there is an increasing role of machines in the world, and the role of humans is to keep machines beneficial. We will try to teach ethics to machine, but the main question is whose ethics? And because ethic is a variable concept, and machines might also come up with their own ethics. So researchers are tackling machine ethics and autonomous moral reasoning.
Thank you, Guillaume Fournier. Well, maybe there is an opportunity for us, for humanity today, to learn more about human learning in the process of exploring machine learning by focusing on ethics. So that may be a process that will tell us as humans how to learn ethics in the course of our life. Now, I'm happy to welcome the last speaker. We enjoy in Switzerland a brain drain from Italy. So not only Oreste Foppiani and people from his teams, but we have also today the pleasure to welcome Davide Scaramuzza, who is professor of robotics and perception at both departments of informatics, University of Zurich, and neuroinformatics, University of Zurich and ETH Zurich, where he directs the robotics and perception group. He did his PhD in robotics and computer vision at ETH Zurich and postdoc at the University of Pennsylvania. His research, sorry, I'm always bad at reading, but I couldn't keep these resumes by heart. His research lies at the intersection of robotics, computer vision, and machine learning. And his research contribution, he received several awards. So I'd like just to mention one thing which is really impressive again. He co-authored the book Introduction to Autonomous Mobile Robots, which was published by MIT Press and became a bestseller, sold 10,000 copies. So that's an impressive figure. I use the word impressive, but I think, I don't know, do not exaggerate when I'm using it several times. For a scholarly book, that's an impressive figure. So you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chris, for the introduction. Thank you for inviting me here. Today, I want to tell you my journey towards developing autonomous drones, but also I want to give an overview about the state of the art on autonomous drones and the road ahead. So I direct the Robotics and Perception Group at the University of Zurich, where we develop autonomous drones that could one day hopefully be used to save and rescue people in the aftermath of a disaster, like you see in this video. In this video, you see one of my most recent drones that can morph its shape in order to find entrances into partially collapsed buildings. This drone has multiple cameras and an onboard powerful computer that allows the drone to navigate autonomously in the environment, explore it, and search for potential survivors. It is still a prototype, but we are talking to companies to make this also a reality, and we also have had a few startups from my lab. Why drones? Drones should be thought of as an eye in the sky. So it's like placing a camera in a 3D point in space that gives you a vantage point, a privileged position to observe the world. But also another reason why we as a society are more and more interested in drones is because drones can actually achieve a certain target faster than humans can physically. Think of inspection tasks like bridges. This can be done in a matter of minutes. Think of spraying pesticides in agricultural fields. This can also be done in a bunch of a few minutes. Think of transporting blood samples in Rwanda between a hospital and a remote village in only 20 minutes instead of 4 hours by an ambulance. This is already a reality. But also drones can, for example, be used to reach a survivor and deliver a communication link or water after an earthquake for search and rescue applications. So at the moment, if you look at the current forecast of the drone market, according to PwC, it's worth over $130 billion. And these 4 areas, inspection, agriculture, and transport, search and rescue, are at the moment the most popular and the most profitable. Not by chance, the Swiss government has been investing in drones for the past and over the past 10 years. What you see here is the Swiss drone industry map. Switzerland is considered nowadays worldwide as the drone valley. It has the world's largest concentration of drone companies. There are 90 companies in Switzerland that do either develop drones or develop services and tools, sensors, motors for drones. There are 90 of these companies, and 37 of these companies are actually startups from the Swiss universities. Now, we always read about drones in the headlines of newspapers almost every day. But how are they actually controlled? There are two ways to control commercial drones. Either using a remote controller, like very much the one of your TV, or using autonomous navigation. How does remote control works? Well, you can either look at the drone directly under line of sight, or if the drone is not visible directly, you can put a camera where a headset called first-person view, or FPV headset, that basically projects inside the images of the camera carried by the drone. This is actually used by most of the drone companies for inspection tasks nowadays. Here you see a company from Lausanne called Flyability, which is already a world leader in inspection drones. This drone is used, and it's remote controlled, by the way, not autonomous, to inspect environments that are difficult to inspect by humans, like, for example, combustion chambers of power plants, pipes, and so on. The drone carries a camera, and the pilot feels fully immersed in the environment where the drone is navigating. Of course, the problem is that the range is limited by the communication link, which is usually 200 to 300 meters. The alternative way to navigate a drone, a commercial drone, is to use autonomous navigation. Now, it turns out that most of today's commercial drones are actually using GPS, the same technology that is used by the Tesla autopilots and many other new cars. Why does a drone need a GPS? It needs GPS for two reasons. First of all, drones are very, very unstable. What does it mean for a drone to be unstable? If you fly a drone yourself, and you do not look at the drone and control it every second, the joysticks of your controller, the drone will crash. Look at this video. This is a drone without GPS, or let's say without position reference. It's like if you are trying to stand on your toes, and trying to balance yourself by closing the eyes. It's impossible, unless someone tells you move right and move left. That's exactly what GPS does. It's a constellation of satellites that tell the drone where it is so that it can stabilize in the air. But there is another reason why GPS is used by drones: to correct for errors while the drone tries to reach a certain target. And this is very much used by all the autonomous commercial drones for agriculture monitoring and mapping tasks. Here you see another Swiss company from Lausanne called the SenseFly Parrot that is actually the world leader for autonomous mapping and survey, also called remote sensing. The drone is autonomous, but it flies a trajectory, a path that is designed by a human on a laptop, and then it uses GPS to follow this trajectory with centimeter accuracy. Now, what is the problem with GPS? Well, what if GPS is obstructed or just not available? In this room right now, there is no GPS coverage, as you know. So you cannot fly, in principle, a commercial autonomous drone inside this room. What about outside? Well, as you may have experienced a lot of times with Google Maps, or even with your Garmin or TomTom, when you are in proximity of very high-rise buildings, the GPS signal is obstructed, like you see in this illustration, because it's not coming directly under line of sight from the satellite. This means that the drone will actually think to be somewhere else where it actually is, which is actually a problem. So the drone will become unstable and potentially crash. Last year, there have been 2 crashes in Zurich. One of these crashes was due to a GPS problem. So what people have been trying to do over the past few years is try to extend the GPS signal inside using Wi-Fi or using ultra-wideband localization, UWB, which basically is similar to Wi-Fi. There are dedicated antennas that you install inside the room, but the problem is that you need to access the room before the drone flies in there. This is not what we want. If you want to have an autonomous drone that enters collapsed buildings and searches for people needing of help, you need a drone that is able to navigate without GPS. When can a drone borrow this technology from? From self-driving cars. Self-driving cars navigate autonomously also without GPS thanks to LiDARs, or also called laser scanners, which is basically a tool that exploits a series of laser pointers, very similar to the one I'm holding right now, that compute distances from all the points around the car. Using these points, you can then recognize pedestrians, bicyclists, vehicles, and even localize the car without GPS. Now, using LiDARs, there was a company in 2015 from the University of Pennsylvania, Exyn Technologies, that developed the first commercial autonomous drone using LiDARs. This drone, as you see in this video, is available and is able to inspect caves and underground tunnels using onboard LiDAR. But there is a problem. This drone is huge. It's about 1 meter in diameter. Why? Because a huge drone is usually huge because it needs to lift very heavy payloads. The biggest payload that this drone is actually lifting is the LiDAR itself, the sensor that it needs to see the environment. So the sensor is actually heavier than the drone itself. The sensor is also very costly, costs $10,000, so you cannot scale up this technology. You will never buy it for yourself or for firefighters. It's too expensive. It also is power hungry. It consumes a lot of power. So what I have been working on for the past 11 years in my lab is camera-based localization. We humans do not use laser scanners. We use cameras. So what would be better than a camera on a drone? Cameras are cheap. They cost $1. They're super lightweight. They weigh a few grams. And they're very, very low energy consuming. How does it work? So thanks to the miniaturization of sensors, cameras are now very, very small. They can fit in a smartphone. So you can actually fit a camera also on a very small palm-size drone. And thanks again to the miniaturization of sensors, which is made possible by the advances in mobile phone technology, we can actually even install mobile phone computers on board drones. So now we have a flying phone, if you want. And these drones become very, very small. Now, how does it work? You see here our first demonstration 11 years ago. Our drone was being demonstrated to be able to correctly stabilize and hover on the spot using a single camera. The drone onboard view is on the top right video. What you see in the top right video is the reference points that our algorithm extrapolates from the images, and they are colored in green. Those points act as reference points or anchor points that the drone uses to stabilize, so it remembers the similarity with humans trying to balance on their toes. Now, that was 11 years ago. Where are we today? So that was 11 years ago. In 2015, DARPA launched the first fast lightweight autonomy program called FLA to investigate the use of camera technologies for autonomous navigation of lightweight drones. I was lucky to be part of this. Only 3 academic members were part of this project, and we demonstrated the first agile flight of a drone that was able to reach a target with below a meter accuracy from 300 meters away, using only cameras, no GPS. Where is camera-based navigation today? Today, camera-based navigation has become a standard tool in several drone companies, like Skydio, which is the drone you see here, which is the most advanced drone product in the market. It costs less than $1,000. It has 13 cameras. It can navigate and follow people, cyclists, running people, skiers, and even climbers using cameras and onboard computation. It's also available in DJI drones. DJI owns 80% of the drone market today. It's a Chinese company. But also camera-based navigation has been now launched to Mars for the first Mars helicopter that will reach Mars in February 2021. So it is a tool which is available. So at this point, you may ask, what's next? What are you guys working on in your research labs nowadays? What we are researching upon, and I'm happy to say I just received a grant from the European Research Council for this, is to make drones fly as agile, which means as good or even better one day than human pilots can. What you see in this video is a drone controlled by a human pilot that is trying to race against other human pilots at a drone racing competition. Human pilots can navigate drones in very challenging conditions for autonomous drones, even in harsh visibility conditions. And they can make decisions very fast and very smartly. Why bother about making drones fly faster than they are now? Aren't we happy? There is a problem with current autonomous drones. Drones are still limited by their battery life. They can only fly for 10 to 20 minutes. If we can make drones faster, they will be able to fly more areas within their limited battery life. And this is key for search and rescue applications, where every minute spared can actually be used to save more people, more survivors. But there are also other applications like drone delivery and inspection tasks that would benefit from this, again, with the whole goal of increasing the range of the drones within their limited battery life. But also there is another reason for researchers to focus on agile flight. In general, we humans are pushed by the ambition that we want to make machines similar to us or even better than us. So trying to make drones agile raises a lot of intellectual challenges for robotics and researchers, like trying to solve difficult problems and pushing the limits of what we are capable of doing today. We scientists like to work on hard challenges. We chose to go to the moon not because it's easy, but because it's hard, used Jeff Kennedy to say. Now, how can we make drones smarter and more agile than humans if they don't start thinking a little bit more like humans? What roboticists and scientists have been doing until 8 years ago was traditional computing. Basically, there was a programmer sitting on his desk that was writing a program in order to program robots to accomplish certain tasks. Now, what you need to understand is that there was a human sitting at his desk or her desk writing a program according to what that human would think would be the best set of instructions for the robot to reach a certain goal. Now, this is not the way we program robots today. This is done using artificial intelligence, also called among scientists machine learning, which consists of programming robots by examples. Basically, you show the computer what to do without explaining how to do it. How does it work? Well, now the output is not anymore basically exactly what you want the drone to do, but the output of this program is a program, is an algorithm. Basically, the computer programs itself to imitate the set of examples that the human provided as input. It's completely different. So the programmer is not writing any piece of software. The programmer nowadays is only collecting data. Is going out in the wild, collecting a lot of data, and that's the key. You need to collect hundreds of thousands of images or videos. You show these videos together with the expected output, and the program, the machine learning algorithm, will basically tune itself in order to imitate this desired output as best as it can. And the more data you feed in, the more it will be able to improve itself. Sounds scary? This is already what is happening. Now, I show you a few examples from my lab. Let's start with the oldest one from 2 years ago, almost 3 years ago. This is an algorithm that we named DroneNet that was able to teach drones to fly by imitating cars and bicycles. We downloaded data sets from the internet, consisting of a lot of images from cars and bicycles, together with the expected outcome that the car and bicycle was taking based on those input images. For example, turn left, turn right, or stop in presence of a pedestrian. We showed these videos, hundreds of thousands of images and videos to our drone, and only in 6 hours it learned to recognize pedestrians and stop in presence of the pedestrian, as well as to stay in the middle of a lane or a corridor, or follow the curvature of the road as the road basically naturally steers away. This was a project paid by the Swiss National Science Foundation. We also use a neural network, basically to teach a drone to recognize forest trails and follow them in search of lost people. This is because only in Switzerland every year 1,000 people get lost in the wild, 100,000 in the world. So Swiss are actually very popular climbers. Now it turns out that most of the lost people are in the vicinity of trails. So if you could teach a drone to recognize a trail and follow it, then you will increase the probability of finding quickly lost people. Now, teaching a drone or programming a drone in the usual way to recognize trails, it's a very hard task. What is a trail? How do you describe the computer what a trail is? Well, what we did here is that we went hiking for 7 kilometers. We collected 80,000 images with GoPro cameras. And after being back at the office, we told for each image to the computer, this one contains a trail, this image does not contain a trail. And the machine learning algorithm programmed itself to recognize what a trail should look like. We scored 87%, and the human only 82%. It was already superhuman. We were 5% better than a human recognizing trails, and the drone that you see here is one of them. Now, this is very recent, from a few years ago, so from a few months ago, so this year. We went further than that, and we actually wanted to see if we could approach the agility of human pilots, and we used a machine learning algorithm to teach a drone to perform acrobatic maneuvers. Why acrobatic maneuvers? Because acrobatic maneuvers are really tough, even for humans. In order to do something like that, a human would need months or even years. During these acrobatic maneuvers, the drone experiences big accelerations, and then a small deviation from the ideal trajectory will make the drone to crash. Now, there is a problem with machine learning. You need a lot of data. I said hundreds of thousands of images, but the more images you can feed in, the better, the more it will improve. Now, there is a problem. Who is going to collect this data? Your PhD students? I only have 4 PhD students working on machine learning, and they're not just doing data collection. It's tedious. And there is also another problem with drones. It's actually forbidden to fly drones in the city unless you're very far from public areas. And it's also dangerous for both my PhD students and for the environment. So there is a better solution to that. Guess what? Video games, simulations. We are now using simulators. We can simulate hundreds of drones in parallel in a simulated photorealistic environment coming from video games. And in just 5 hours, this drone was capable of learning to perform acrobatic flight in simulation. And then we deployed the algorithm on the drone that was able to follow the acrobatic maneuvers by itself. On the left here, you see the simulated one. On the right, you see what actually is doing in the real world. You think it's flying, it's in the simulation, no, it's flying in the real world. So simulation is cheap, it's fast, and it's very safe. We are almost concluding. So we are basically entering a new era, the era of artificial intelligence. You may say we are already in it. Yes, that's the present and will be the future. We are already accustomed to it. There is nothing really we can do, but we can become more aware. What is AI good at, and what is traditional computing good at? Let's look at this. AI-based algorithms are actually more robust than traditional autonomy at making robust decisions in place of imperfect perception. If originally you had a defect camera where some pixels were black, the traditional algorithm would fail and cause the drone to crash. Nowadays, the machine learning algorithm will have learned that. Also, neural networks are very easy to program. This is a little bit scary. Now there are many teenagers that play with neural networks. You can learn this in a few weeks from YouTube videos. You can then train a machine learning algorithm to do anything you want. Instead, traditional computing would need a master's degree in computer science or electrical engineering in order to program a robot to do certain things. But there is a problem. Machine learning algorithms, or AI, does not generalize well between different tasks. So it means that you need to actually fine-tune the AI to solve each specific task. But when you present the AI algorithm with a completely new task, like fly in this corridor rather than in that corridor or in that cave, then it will be completely lost. You will need to recollect more data. Traditional algorithms would not have this problem. But there is another bigger problem, which is explainability, also called interpretability. If something in the AI algorithm goes wrong and the drone crashes, there is no way to understand what went wrong because it's a black box. And you read that a lot in the newspapers in the past few years. Instead, the traditional way of programming robots is more transparent because you have several building blocks, and when something goes wrong, you know which building block failed. So there are many things, in principle, to worry about and to study about. All the things you saw here were done by my great students, and this was thanks to a lot of funding coming from both research agency and industry. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Davide. I will ask a first question to all members of this panel. You mentioned, Davide, that machine learning needs a lot of data, and we have two superpowers today, the US and China, who are huge data gatherers. That's well known. And at the same time, they are also the ones that invest most in new technologies, and especially in artificial intelligence. And so from the perspective of scholars and researchers and also individuals who are exposed to a very competitive market here in Europe and elsewhere, but you are located in Europe, do you perceive a kind of run to the bottom with respect to norms that should apply, ethical norms, moral norms in this area? Well, there is no international treaty on how to behave for the time being, since most of the technologies are also emerging and law is also lagging behind. There is a huge fragmentation of ethical and moral norms for the time being in this area. So how do you feel, how do you perceive the situation, how do you behave personally as people on the front with respect to this competition, which is very serious, which is very important, and which comes mainly from outside Europe?
So there are two questions in this question. The first one is a competition between Europe, US, and China. I think the reason why Europe lags behind in AI is because our investors are very risk adverse compared to the US and China. So also most of my funding was coming from US and China until a few years ago, until before the ERC. So we need to be less risk adverse. Okay, that's the thing. So why is actually now all the self-driving car technology, mostly dominated by US company? Because they are investing a lot of money, and this is not really happening in Europe much. Then there is the other thing about data. Yes, a lot of data is coming from the US, and I mean, I have to be honest, we also use a lot of data from companies that are doing education, collecting data from users, shared from the US. They have actually less restrictions than we have in Europe. Just to give you an idea, every time you upload a picture onto Facebook in the US, this picture can be used for advertisement or for training their machine learning algorithms. This does not happen in Europe thanks to the EU regulation. So it's the other face of the coin, where basically restrictions are helping to protect our privacy.
Thank you. Professor Biar, maybe? Well, I was very interested in your presentation. Many of these applications you presented, this technology can be used also to do very bad things. You highlighted that. So what's your experience position?
Well, my experience was when I was a professor in the US, and then I came back here, and I had been a TPFL for exactly 4 weeks, and I got a phone call directly from the, from the army in France, offering me a fair amount of money for some of my research, and I declined that politely. So that's my stance to it personally, is to not make their life easy and not to have this technology transferred to the army. But of course, I cannot prevent it more than what I'm doing. It's a question I've been asking myself several times. I had the pleasure to also talk to the, ONU just next door, so the UN nation. And I keep repeating that the problem is elsewhere. It's not the machine. It's the fact that people want to use the machine to harm people. So I think we should not try to always focus on the discussion on the machine, because I think it's the same as when we talk about machine taking people's job. Actually, it's never a machine taking the people's job. Neither it's a machine killing someone. It's someone putting a machine to that task. It's someone deciding to replace an employee by a machine. And so as we turn this discussion into the focus on the machine, I think some of those people enjoy that, because it turns the focus away from the people who have the responsibility. But I don't want to shy away from the responsibility. In fact, when we started catching objects in flight, we had not realized that there was an Army application. I must say, it's my mistake. We thought it would be fun because we wanted to prove that it could really do it in a few milliseconds. And then indeed, I realized that the only application would be possibly to catch missile. And I was sad by that. Now, luckily, we've found other civilian application for this, but I take the blame. I certainly, we have to be careful in robotics. It's, it's a difficult field. And maybe, if it's possible, I would like to ask a question to the other speaker, because I do agree that we need to put ethics when we're doing the engineering work, but it's not that trivial. It is actually fairly difficult. There is the issue of what is an ethical law, how do you program that, how do you define it, that's one thing. Second is that you have a lot of biases yourself as a human being, so how do you prevent yourself from putting these biases into the machine? That will call for you asking yourself about your biases, for you and your PhD students to take classes on biases. We cannot force people to do that. So maybe what we could start doing all collectively is to put together organisms that will check for those biases in our algorithm before they're deployed. And that is along something that you just mentioned before. There are no international treaty. Why not now putting together first an organism that can systematically test for any biases in AI-driven technology, and then have rules to stop this technology being deployed until the bias is addressed. So.
Yeah, you took a very courageous decision, and at the end you suggested that one should think about norms that would be applicable everywhere to everyone. So when you took this courageous decision and, with respect to refusing a deal with the French army, did you have guidance from some norms, or was it your personal individual morality that brought you to take this decision?
So at the time, it was definitely my personal morality. Before, and that's also one of the reasons why I left the US, because it was very difficult for me as a researcher to obtain funding that was not coming from the army. I mean, the amount of funding from state funding in the US is very negligible in robotics. I mean, in comparison to the funding that you get from DARPA and other army-related programs. So it was almost difficult for me to also get enough funding, because that was my own ethical issue. Things have changed over the years, at least in my institution. We now get guidelines to avoid working in some area that will have direct military application. Now, of course, you can start debating what is a direct application, indirect, etc. And I think there is still room for improvement in that sense. But of course, I don't want to impose my own ethical rule. So I can apply them because I have the power to decide, and money has never been a drive for me. So I'm doing things because I believe they're right, but still I make mistakes. Like I said, we developed this thing, and the only application, the major application, was to catch missiles. So we do make mistakes, and but yeah, it was an easy decision, by the way.
Thank you, Professor Morel. What is your experience with respect to the issue of ethics and resisting sometimes probably the run to the bottom with respect to the lowest or to the minimum standards? You are, of course, more exposed to the commercial world, and money plays a role, much more than a publicly funded university, I guess. It's hard, I guess.
Well, you know, the use of the robot for us in the operating room is pretty simple, because actually it's not really a robot. It doesn't have any autonomy. It's basically what we call an articulated arm. The day this machine is going to have some autonomy, then we will raise the ethical issue. But again, development and progress in surgery is not done by neither one person or one center, sorry, but by studies run simultaneously in several centers. And those studies are, of course, proposed to ethical committees and accepted by ethical committees. I think, again, like I mentioned in my talk, you know, if we were to ask now an ethical committee to look at the possibility of removing the gallbladder through keyholes, losing vision, losing mobility, nobody would accept. So yes, there will be ethical issues regarding the use of autonomous machine in the OR. Now, regarding money, we are not so exposed in public centers, because the flow of money goes through standard rules and to standard evaluation. It goes in research funds that are basically controlled by the faculty and by the hospital. So we are not so much exposed to this. We are seeking for money, but this money, of course, comes again through official ways. So it's pretty simple under this regard.
Thank you. Johan Rochelle, maybe you want to contribute to the discussion, I guess so?
Yes, very much. Just picking up your first point about the dialogue we need to have, which need to be a global dialogue on this issue. And I think we are in Geneva, right? We're in this building, which is, I mean, this is the international Geneva, basically. And the issue we are confronting with in technology on robotics and this issue in artificial intelligence is actually just a symptom of the weaknesses of multilateralism today. So if we want to have a global ethics, which is basically we sit together, we have a discussion in such a room, and we decide upon common values, it's basically international law, international regulation. So we need to find a consensus, and this means bringing all the people to the table. And this means multilateralism. And we should be afraid of big countries, very powerful, which don't like multilateralism because they think it's not a good way to push their own national interest, and which are not internally very, how to say that, very much challenged by their own population. And if the three parameters are together, this is, I think, the most dangerous case for the future of a common dialogue on AI and robotics, and you name it. Then on the object of this discussion, I think scientists, researchers, we need to take a part of the responsibility, and we need to be ready to go into dialogue on the object of science. Maybe we need to define red lines. Maybe we need to define red lines on methods to be applied. This concerns robotics, but this concerns bio, things you can think of, genetics, all the kind of things. And we need a global dialogue on the limits of science and the kind of value we want to put into this dialogue.
Thank you, Johan. Guillaume Fournier, your perspective?
Yeah. So mostly about data gathering. I mean, when you go to Europe and the US, for example, there are still things like privacy rights. But if you go to other countries like China, I mean, they don't even ask their citizens about the data they're gathering. And also after, there's the question of what the data is going to be used for. I mean, in the US and Europe, there are still laws preventing some kind of use about the data. I mean, when it goes to facial recognition, for example, if you go to China, it's to control their citizen, to know exactly what people are doing, where they're going. So, I mean, there has to be some safeguards about how the data is going to be used. So machine ethics, I mean, the machines are not ethical or unethical. It's how the data and the machine is being used by humans. So it's mostly that. And I mean, China, for example, when it goes to data. They have millions and millions of people, so they have a huge set of data, which is pretty easy to gather because nobody's complaining.
Right. Coming back to Geneva, coming back to this room, we are in Geneva, by the way, the city where, or the place where Frankenstein has been written by Mary Shelley, and that's a very topical hero. He had to face the same dilemmas, I guess, that most of you have to face in the real world today, the modern Prometheus. I will now pass the floor to the audience. Jubin, please.
Yes, Jubin Goodarzi, Associate Professor and Deputy Head of International Relations Department, Webster. I enjoyed all the presentations. They were very fascinating and illuminating. My question, I kind of formulated after Professor Morel's presentation, but Professor Rochelle also touched on it. I teach development also, and you're showing the example of the machine, the Da Vinci surgical machine, which of course you said is extensively now used in many, like the United States, Europe, Asia, but it costs $1.5 million. I was wondering, are there any initiatives by international organizations, private foundations or charities, or bilateral initiatives between governments? Because the countries, those areas you mentioned, and I assume even with Asia, it's primarily affluent Asian countries. When we look at the rest of the world, Latin America, Africa, Asia, or other parts of the Middle East, I assume that most people do not have access to that type of equipment, that type of technology. And of course, well, even in developed countries, the issue of access to healthcare is becoming a very important topic. I was wondering if you or anybody else could answer, are there any initiatives to make sure that this, because as I said, Professor Morel also touched on the social justice impact on global inequality. Are there initiatives to make sure that the masses in the world, whether in Latin America, Africa, and elsewhere, have access to this eventually, maybe not immediately? Thank you.
Well, thank you for the question. It's a fast developing field, but we are still in the system of proving the effect and showing the benefits and trying to show where and when and how it should be used. So we are yet not in the phase of large distribution. And I think many centers who have bought the robots are still in the process of evaluating the results. Now, it gives an opening towards what we call telesurgery. Telesurgery meaning, you have an expert in one place and you have the patient and one or two other surgeons and an equipment on another place. Telesurgery might be one day a help to treat patients from very specific diseases in some very specific circumstances. I don't think that it has, on a large scale, a great development. But you're right, but this is not only for robotic surgery, this is just simply for medications, just for access to surgery. There are today people dying in the world, and you know it, from acute appendicitis, because no surgery, no facility is available. I have been involved in humanitarian medicine, and I have been facing situations where you see, well, it's a few hours flight from where we live, and yet those people are dying from acute appendicitis. Women are dying because cesarean section is not done and the baby is dying also. I mean, they have much more basic access. So of course, the development of robotic surgery puts us in a forefront of the development, and they are far, far behind in terms of access to health and health care. So I think the preoccupation now is really to spread the basic care as much as we can, as far as we can, as good as we can. And robot is a very tiny piece in this development. But on the other hand, you're right, 1.5 million times 5,000 could be used for something else.
Thank you.
Hi, thanks very much. Fascinating panel and very interesting conference the past 2 days. My name's Sarah Davis, though I go by Meg, which is my middle name, and I'm an anthropologist at the Graduate Institute working on digital technologies and human rights. And, I think when we come back to these questions that Professor Biard raised about ethics and bias in design of algorithms and in data gathering, I think we shouldn't forget how race and gender can shape our preconceptions and our assumptions in these designs. And one of the solutions is to have more diverse people in the room when we design algorithms, when we design studies to gather data, to think about our assumptions and how we gather that data. And that kind of leads me inevitably to a concern I've had over the past 2 days, which is this has been a wonderful meeting, and I'm really grateful to the organizers for all the work to bring us together for the first time since COVID, at least in my case. I think we also, have to admit that this is not the most diverse gathering. And, in a context in 2020 when there's a push to decolonize humanitarian aid, to have so few people from developing countries where the interventions will be implemented on the panels, to have so few women on the panels, I think is a weakness. And I think we have to work together to try to do better at this, not just because it's nice and politically correct and the right thing to do, but because we can't govern new technologies with old thinking. We're going to have to change how we think and how we work together in the future. So thank you.
Well, thank you for these critical remarks. I must say, well, the diversity on the panel is one thing, the diversity in the room is another, and what we don't know, what is the diversity of those people following us now from remote places. I recall that we are in the midst of a pandemic, and many people probably do not show up here, but may be interested. The only thing I regret is that this time we don't have interaction with those people who are with us online, and I hope next time we will have that, which will contribute to diversity. I hope so. It's one of my passions in research, diversity, so thank you very much for your remark. Do you want to have a feedback from someone wants to, maybe, yeah, Professor Pia.
I'm sorry, I did not catch your middle short name, but in all cases, first of all, thank you very much for this remark. Granted, yes, diversity is not there. It can be part of the answer. It will help. But I'll give you a trivial example where biases will still hold no matter what you do. We saw a couple of examples of videos that can recognize pedestrians, LiDARs, which Davide showed, which are very powerful and used. These LiDARs, they are trained from data of people wearing trousers. And even though the data comes from both women and men, actually, these were young PhD students. And these are the people who gather the data. That's exactly what Davide said. So it wouldn't even be a question of gender or even a question of ethnicity. It will be essentially a question of age and the implicit bias. It did not occur to them that you could be wearing something else. These biases are in us. They are so spread out. They are so complex. And I think it would be an illusion to think that by changing and diversifying the people who program that, we will solve the problem. It will help. I fully agree. We need to work on that. It will help, but it will not solve the problem. I have tons of biases. I'm sure you do have them. I'm sure I'm not even aware of them. That's the worst part of it. And I have biases against women. I have biases against men for all sorts of reasons that come from my background. I have biases against so many different things, including robots. And so maybe that's why I'm really recommending to try to address this the other way around. See, humans have biases, but we have laws that prevent us, luckily, to force this entire room to go and sit in one of these sessions where you can check how many biases you have about gender and races. There is no law that will force you to do that. And again, I say luckily, I think there is still some freedom there. But we could impose to the algorithms to pass these tests. And I'm less worried about biases in algorithms than in humans, to be quite frank. Because in the algorithm, if the algorithm makes a mistake, has biases, it's only an algorithm. I can, first of all, test it systematically. I can see that indeed it has biases, and maybe I can go back to the program and change it. We cannot do that with people.
Thank you. We unfortunately run out of time. I'm a very bad chair. I'm not very disciplined. Do we have time for a last question, or shall we?
It's really one okay. Last short, direct question, and then there is the coffee break on the right side of the auditorium. Please go ahead.
Please. Sorry, she's a woman.
Well, thank you very much. I am Vera Lavcheva. I work in the Ministry of Defense of Bulgaria, and I have a question for Professor Biart, because I work in the Armaments Policy Department. So what we do is we work on defense acquisition, so we buy things for the army. And recently we had this idea about some investment projects, including drones, and a lot of our entrepreneurs and engineers refused to work with the army, as you did. So my question is this: what would you recommend for people like me, working in the army, to better dialogue with engineers and entrepreneurs? Because more than half of the things we now invest money in, and not only Bulgaria, but the member countries of NATO, is actually for humanitarian purposes. And actually, most of NATO's missions, if not all of them, were mainly for humanitarian reasons so far, since the organization exists, and we still get this treatment sometimes from engineers. So what would you recommend?
My question also, please, if you allow me to complete. It's short question to Mr. Morel. Yes, about aesthetical surgery. Robotic surgery, it's an alternative. Aesthetical surgery itself, it's industry. Personally, I take part to the Worldwide Congress hosted here in Geneva since 15 years ago, but aesthetical surgery, it's industry and for a specific social category, having another look, a new look. And do you think that robotic surgery could be also an important tool for aesthetical surgery? Thank you.
Professor Biart, maybe?
Sure. Maybe I did not quite understand what the problem is, because if you phrase it the way that you did at the end, which is for a humanitarian purpose, and it's clear in both the contract and the way that you approach it with the clear application, I would not see what the issue is. But maybe it's the phrasing and the approach. So maybe we can discuss this offline. But I'd like maybe to pass the hands to Davide, because I mean he works in this area. So would you agree and take the funding or not?
It's a very good question. I have to face this decision every year. So I worked with DARPA for 3 years, and in the end, we have regulations. So I tell you first the regulations, and I tell you what I think personally about the regulations. At the University of Zurich, we have the regulation that basically you can take projects with non-classified military organizations like DARPA, but actually DARPA is not just doing research for the military, but for broader uses. So it's a dual use. So we have this terminology, dual use, which is very specific. That the same technology can be used for multiple purposes, not just military purposes. So the nice thing about most of the DARPA programs out there is that they are non-classified. They give you the money, not in return of code, but just for them to understand, to learn something from you, from discussions with you. So I didn't deliver any piece of software to DARPA while working with them for 3 years. We released the software open source for the full use of humanity. So now you may actually ask whether this is appropriate, because then some terrorists from some countries could actually use the same technology for their own purposes. So we made it completely available, and DARPA was okay with that. So this is what the University of Zurich says. And they say, no, if it said it's classified, we will not enter into negotiation with that. And I actually totally agree with that. So actually, if there was not such a regulation, I would have taken this too, by the way. So I like when things is openly put publicly to the thing. That's basically it, I'd say. Yeah.
If I can just say something else, maybe my question wasn't clear. Of course, when the army buys something, it will be dual purpose. We have humanitarian missions, but of course, if we want to buy drones, we will not buy them simply for humanitarian missions, but we will be using them in such as well. The army cannot simply buy something only for humanitarian use, since it's the army. So that wouldn't happen.
Okay, thank you very much. I refer to the coffee break for the response to your last question. Thank you very much. You were a great audience, and we had great panelists. So how long will be the coffee break? Since 15 minutes.
Yeah, 15
we
minutes.
Are not penalized. That's
15
good.
minutes coffee break.
Time to start our last session, session number 6. So please join your seats. Thank you for coming. Thank you very much. Pleasure. So the next section on the use of drones to deliver humanitarian aid in the field will be chaired by Ms. Viara Lavcheva of the Ministry of Defense of Bulgaria. And then we will have as speakers Ms. Bettina Juncker, Executive Director of UNICEF, Dimitri Konstantas, Director of the Information Science Institute of the University of Geneva, and Denise Soesilo, co-founder of Outside International. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final panel of this conference. The topic of this panel is very interesting, and it focuses on the use of drones to deliver humanitarian aid in the field. In this panel, I am pleased to present my panelists. They are experienced in the field with very successful careers. So we will start with the presentation of Ms. Bettina Juncker, who is the Executive Director of the Committee for UNICEF in Switzerland and Liechtenstein. In the 5 years of her previous role, she worked for the Swiss Cancer League and the Swiss Cancer Research as Head of Marketing, Communications and Fundraising. Mrs. Juncker has extensive international experience in working on diverse multinational communications platforms, mainly in the financial industry. She had various leading positions in corporate communications, marketing and branding while she was working for the Credit Suisse for more than 17 years. She pursued her studies in Zurich and California and holds a master's degree in literature, linguistics and translations, as well as media science. Ms. Bettina Juncker previously worked as a professional translator in English, French, and Portuguese for various institutions, and now she will give via Zoom her presentation on the topic of a look into UNICEF's Malawi's work with drones. Mrs. Juncker, you can begin your presentation.
Yes, hello everyone. Thank you so much for introducing me, Ms. Lavcheva. And do you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Okay, perfect. So thank you very much for that very nice introduction, and hello to everyone. Thanks a lot for having me, even though it's only virtually. I do apologize. I got the news yesterday that I was in contact with a person who was tested positive on coronavirus, so I'm at home now and waiting for my test results. So sorry about that, but I'm still very glad to be there. So I agreed with Oreste Fopiani that I would share my screen for my presentation. I will do that right now, and please let me know whether you can see everything.
Of course. Yes, we can see it.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Okay. I'm very proud and glad that I can give you that little insight into what Malawi, UNICEF Malawi is doing with drones, and especially about the developments that were, considerable in the past months. So, I'm so sorry, I just switched here, so. Okay, first of all, let me say a few words about Malawi. I don't know how familiar you are with the country. It's a very small country in the southeastern part of Africa, population of 18 million, of which half are under the age of 18 years. We have a life expectancy of 64 years, and that's remarkable because it increased in the past decade rapidly, so that's good news. We have an under 5 mortality rate of 50 babies out of 1,000. Just for comparison, in Switzerland, we have 4 cases out of 1,000. Of course, like in many other countries in Africa, malnutrition is a huge problem. For children, we have 37% of all children and young people under the age of 18 who are stunted. Stunting means they have a low height for their age. And this is caused by long-term insufficient nutrient intake or also a frequent infection. We also have the problem of wasting, which is when children have a low weight for their height. It is usually a result of acute significant food shortage. So that's the situation we have in Malawi. Just to give you a little bit more background of its geography, Malawi is highly vulnerable to the impact of extreme weather conditions, given its location along the Great African Rift Valley, but also due to rapid population growth, unsustainable urbanization, and climate change. So the most common weather-related shocks affecting Malawi include floods, of course, droughts, and stormy rains. If we only look back over the past few decades, 5 decades, Malawi has experienced more than 19 major floods and 7 heavy droughts. So, the good news is that at the same time, drone technology has significantly improved. We have smaller drones today, we have more agile drones, we have cheaper material as well. The batteries have become better, longer lasting. We have lighter components, and all in all, we can say, all these developments work for a cheaper use of that technology. So this means that the potential of drones, which are now better available, is huge for a country like Malawi. We have, the delivery of life-saving materials in both humanitarian and development contexts, which can be very useful. And the program is particularly exploring applications like, for instance, disease outbreak predictions, diseases like malaria or cholera. We can identify where the safe latrines are and where they don't have these latrines, and where an outbreak is imminent in a critical situation. But the application is also maybe, in terms of food security, when drones can monitor how crops grow. So the applications that are driven by the UNICEF's drone program have mainly 3 purposes. That's the efficient and sustained resilience building. It is also early warning of natural catastrophes and emergency preparedness and response. I will talk about that in just a minute. So in a nutshell, we can say that transport efficiencies are also essential to supply chain management, particularly for moving temperature-sensitive cargo like blood samples or vaccines, but also for restocking essential medicines and supplies, and for delivering life-saving emergency items in humanitarian contexts, particularly to very remote areas within. So how the story began and the story of drones for Malawi. What we can see here in the picture is children in Malawi on March the 12th in 2016. That was the day of the community demonstration of unmanned aerial vehicles, which we now call drones, of course, flying in Lilongwe, the capital of Malawi. The government of Malawi, and together with UNICEF, have started testing the use of drones to, first of all, explore cost-effective ways of reducing waiting times for HIV testing of infants. That was the beginning of it all. And the first successful test flight completed the 10-kilometer route unhindered, traveling from a community health center in a remoter area to the Kamuzu Central Hospital laboratory. So that's kind of my milestone in the history of drones in Malawi. And then 1 year later, in 2017, the government of Malawi, together with UNICEF, launched an air corridor for flying drones. And by the way, that's the first of its kind worldwide. This corridor is designed to provide a controlled platform for the private sector, universities, and other partner organizations to explore how drones can be used to help deliver services that benefit remote communities. It is also a project where companies, universities, and NGOs from around the world have applied to use this corridor. These include drone manufacturers from all over the planet, but also operators, drone operators, and telecom companies, and many more. So the objectives for those who use the drone corridors for flying their drones is basically threefold. It's for generating imagery, as we saw before, but also extending telecommunication and transporting low-weight supplies of any kind. So that was the good news. The not so good news is that Malawi lacks qualified personnel to manage the opportunities offered by the drone technology. Education and local capacity building are therefore absolutely needed to bring lasting change. And this is why, at the beginning of this year, in January 2020, the African Drone and Data Academy was launched. The ADA is a school, of course. It is initially implemented for 3 years, that's the plan. And in the first 2 years, of which 2020 is the first one, 125 students will participate in a course for free, and they will be gaining a certificate upon successful completion of the course. The students learn everything one needs to know about drones, starting by designing their own drone, by building it, creating it, and maintaining it. They also learn a lot about flight safety and all the legal requirements that need to be respected. They learn a lot about drone logistics and planning, they do simulations and practical exercises while flying their own drone. And last but not least, the course teaches students to conduct buildings inspections and assess natural disaster risks using their drones. And a very nice angle of it, you know, when I heard about the gender discussion just in the session before, 55% of all students are female students. So let's have a quick look at disaster preparedness and emergency response. One of, you know, the purposes the drone program in Malawi is focusing on. We know when a natural disaster hits, the roads, you know, are unpassable. They are destroyed, with the result that the most vulnerable communities in remote areas are out of reach. So getting timely supply of vital commodities is absolutely essential, and this is where drone technology can be extremely helpful, of course. If we look back when Idai hit the southeastern part of Africa in, I think it was in March 2019, the disaster directly affected about 1 million people in the southern areas of Malawi, of which half were children. So there is a need, or that case, Idai showed that there is an absolute need to have updated flood models for southern Malawi, providing real-time, or at least near real-time forecasts for floods. And now I'm doing an experiment. I have this interactive chart here, but I have to quickly switch over. I will stop sharing my screen and be back in just a second. I'm so sorry, I could not spot the map. Do you see the screen, the YouTube screen?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so I prefer to show you the quick video on the African Drone Academy while I'm looking for the map. Maybe we have enough time. So enjoy the video, and please raise your voice if there's a problem with the sound.
If you need to talk, I'll put you.
This decade, which has just started, is going to be digital. And to help young people improve their skills, learn about digital technology, learn about drones, will be an incredible step forward, not only for Malawi, but for many other African countries as well.
So I'm back. Did you see anything or hear anything?
Yes, we did watch the whole video.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Okay, I think I have to move over due to the time. Let me just quickly say a few words about, you know, the actual COVID-19 disaster. Of course, everyone can understand that under such a pandemic catastrophe, it is all the more important to have uncomplicated instruments for transportation. And drones also in Malawi were used heavily for that. First of all, for faster and reliable first mile, middle mile, and last mile delivery to sites within the country which are not accessible and which require accelerated delivery of medical commodities and sensitive biological samples like test results or blood samples. So luckily Malawi has their drones. Lastly, maybe let's have an outlook. Where is Malawi heading at? There is the idea of creating a Malawi emergency response drone unit that is supposed to be a cross-sectoral institutional vehicle with drone pilots, for instance, with visual observers, with data analysts, etc. The idea is to work together with key organizations like the Red Cross, also the World Food Programme, and the Department of Disaster Management Affairs, for instance. A very important part also is played by the Malawian universities, as well, of course, as of the new African Drone Data Academy graduates. So the expansion of the humanitarian drone corridor I showed you earlier is the plan. And when we have a final look at the drones, the idea is to create longer range drones which are capable of covering more remote affected areas and also stream live videos for search and rescue in cases of emergency. So I've come to an end. I hope this was helpful for you, and I hand over to the host of the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Mrs. Juncker, and we will get back to you with the questions after the end of the session. And now we continue to our next speaker, Professor Dimitri Constantas, who is a professor at the Geneva School of Economics and Management of the University of Geneva and director of the Information Science Institute and member of the Information Service Science Institute of the University Center of Computer Science, having served for 7 years as Vice Dean at the Faculty of Social and Economic Sciences of the University of Geneva. Professor Constantas is active since 1987 in research in the areas of object-oriented systems, e-commerce services, information security, mobile services, E&M health services of elderly, and recently in shared mobility solutions. He has more than 150 publications in international conferences, journals, books, and book chapters, a long participation and leadership in numerous European projects, many nominations as consultant and scientific expert for several international companies and governments, and has launched 3 startups and acted as coach to numerous more university startups. Since May 2018, Professor Constantas is coordinating the H2020 European Project Avenue, which targets in the validation of autonomous vehicles for public transportation. And today he will give a presentation on the topic of the Geneva Drone Ambulance Project. Professor, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Yes, it's working. Well, you'll be surprised. This is not a presentation of Humanitarian. This is not a presentation of technology. What is happening is, well, what I will present you is what's happening on the world on some drones to use for different actions. You have seen many of things today, just to give an overview. And then I'll talk about what Geneva wants to do and how this links with the rest, what we have in this conference. Now, drones for health, you have seen it in many presentations today. There are many, so I will not stay longer here. Supplies, samples, whatever. And now we're going to a new thing to transport patients and medical personnel. This is a new direction. It requires totally different types of drones, of course. Now, what we have seen in the past in many countries like Malawi, Rwanda, Tanzania, drones are already used extensively and successfully to deliver help, to deliver medical equipment. The advantages or the disadvantages they have there's countries in Africa, the distances are great, there are forests in between, so delivering via drones is a very good solution that it works very well. Same thing goes in Madagascar, where they're trying to treat HIV prevalence for children. In Senegal, I will not go further. You probably know all these things. Now, what I will more talk about is the drone ambulance. It does not exist yet. It is not there. Whatever the photos that you see, except the one in the middle, all the others are just designs and concepts and ideas. A real drone, as you imagine it, it's not there. But we are aiming to build it. I mean, technology is evolving. It will be done. This is not a question. I mean, it's just technology. I say just technology. I'm an engineer, so I can say that. Now, in Geneva, we said that the ambulance drones, it's something very interesting in urban and also suburban, and also when you're in places where you cannot use helicopters. Now, in Geneva, sufficiently densely populated, we do have some traffic jams, not as Paris, not some other major cities. However, most of the people transferred to hospitals or between is by ambulance. Some of them by helicopter, very rare. And the needs that we have is that we need timely arrival. When a patient is leaving one hospital to go to another because there is a specialist or the operation room, timely arrival and departure is important. So in case you are at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, everything is blocked in Geneva, the main streets. I don't know how the patient will arrive. And sometimes we need very smooth transport. Although Geneva streets are nice, some of them, they have holes. So the ambulance goes bam, 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 and well, there might be some problems. Using a helicopter is not always a solution. So on top of that, there are locations where it's difficult to access. So these are the issues that we have. And based on this concept, the Geneva Canton, the government of Geneva, decided to support a project on studying the issues regarding an ambulance drone. So Geneva City region, the canton, was the first to sign the European Innovation Partnership for Mass Cities and Communities, Urban Air Mobility Manifesto, a dedicated team to make the study, and the idea to create a sandbox where people will come and work and use and deploy technologies. What does that mean? No, the state of Geneva will not build hardware. It is not the role of the state of Geneva to do that. However, it is the role to open the way. I'll tell you a bit more. Now, the idea that we have behind is that there will be a drone that it can transfer a pilot, a patient, a doctor, a human person, or two, from one hospital to the other, or from an inaccessible area to the hospital. Our target is to manage to start doing tests as of 2023. We expect by that time we will have a first or second prototype of a physical drone. However, we are in Geneva. Flying a drone above the city is non-trivial. You can fly it once for doing some tests, take some photos, but if you are to fly about a city like Geneva or any other city or any other place, a drone that weighs how many hundreds of kilos with a person on it, you have some problems regarding the authorizations. So we need to get approval from the European air authorities, how to do that. We need to work also with local partners, federal authorities, SkyGuide, FOCA, and experts, legal experts. And the state of Geneva, the idea is to put the framework and the context around it, and then try to export it elsewhere to see what's happening. Our plan is, first of all, a feasibility study. This already has started. I'll tell you more. What are the needs of the hospitals? What are the costs? Whatever we make, it has a cost. We may propose anything we want if, at the end, it is medical insurances that will pay the cost or the private people. If a person has the option saying either you take an ambulance with 800 francs, a helicopter with 5,000, or a drone with 15,000, the choice will be very easily made. So we need to have a cost and see what is the real cost globally. And of course, we need to identify the legal constraints. Following that, developing with EPFL and HEPIA, this is the Haute École d'Ingénierie in Geneva, a first prototype, a drone that it can fly and it can move people in. Then, in parallel, making the operational environment. Where it will work, where it goes off, where it goes in, what it transfers, what it's been doing. Having created all that as a state, then we make a commercial deployment. We propose to actors that they will see what are the costs, they will see what are the legal issues, and they will be able to deploy it. I give you an example from my other project on autonomous vehicles, that today autonomous vehicles cannot be deployed. You deploy it in Geneva, but you cannot deploy it in Lausanne. You need different authorizations. There is no general framework. So the idea is to make a general framework. One is deployed in Geneva, it can be deployed anywhere, but you know the laws. Target service that we have, the photo that you see is a simulation, does not exist. Okay, let us make it clear. Don't believe that there is a drone there. This is a graphics, 3D graphics. So we identify that the best target is emergency, where time is of ultimate importance. 5 minutes, more or less, it's life and death. So we're talking about accidents, we're talking about cardiovascular problems, that it has to be transferred immediately. We cannot lose a minute in the ambulance. And we will identify other things that it's very urgent to transfer the patient. Also, we consider cases where we just transfer material. There is an accident, we need urgently some kind of a specific material, it can be transferred, which can be a heavy one, not small, not just some pills. It can weigh 100 kilos. Now, somebody will ask the question, okay, but why not using helicopters? Helicopters are there, they are tested, they are good, they are running. Well, first of all, helicopter cannot land everywhere. It needs space. In some cases, the helicopter cannot even reach it. A drone requires smaller area. Second, a helicopter takes time to deploy. Now, somebody questioned why it takes time, because a helicopter, when it goes off, okay, to get the pilot, to put it off, it needs a flight plan, which might take some time. So here we expect that drones will be faster. They are autonomous, we just press a button and it goes. We don't have to inform the pilot, pick up the equipment, etc., etc. Clearly, a drone has much lower cost than a helicopter. It's electric, the maintenance is less, the mechanisms are simpler to maintain, the operation is less, the consumption is less, so there's an advantage on the cost. And we expect that it will have less noise. So it can be deployed in the middle of the night in the city without too much creating problems to the citizens that are sleeping. On the other hand, well, a drone uses a battery. Since the last 40 years, we are trying to make good batteries, but still it's a limitation. It cannot go too far. The distances are short, so I have to find solutions. Maybe relaying, we don't know. Then it takes a low charge. We cannot put 10 people in a drone. Helicopter can do it. Can take hundreds of kilos, but not a drone. Otherwise, it will not fly. And plus, the drone has a problem that then, after doing a flight, it has to recharge. So what happens if there are 2 accidents, one after the other? Sorry, cannot do it, you have to recharge. Please wait. Finally, in contrast to the helicopters, operating drones, autonomous or semi-autonomous, requires technological infrastructure for the hospitals. And that has a cost, a very important cost. Now, there are also issues that we don't know. That's what we have to try. Safety, reliability. We don't know exactly. We don't have a hardware, so we cannot say what it's all about. Like, obstacle avoidance, air corridors, what is needed. Where we are today? Well, today we have secured assistance from the European Investment Bank to provide us assistance to make a business plan. APFL has funds also for a business plan for the development of the drone ambulance as a hardware. The state of Geneva has all the team that is working. And we have started identifying issues. This is Geneva. You see the areas where a drone is not allowed to fly. There are many of them. So how we do it? How we can have a drone flying in these areas? Because there are the airports. There is a law saying that you cannot fly a drone in a distance of how many kilometers around an airport. And we have 2 airports in the area, one in Geneva and one in Annemasse. So, and there are many of our areas, as you can see, that they're protected. So how we do it? Do we have an exclusion? Do we have to change the law? How does it work? That we don't know. Then the next thing is air control. Who controls where the drone goes? If we have one, okay, but if there are 2, if they're going to crash, what will happen? Do we need air corridors? Flight authorization, what are the routes we take? Plus, how do we certify an authorization for a drone like that to fly over an inhabited place? Because the citizens and the government have an issue. If there is a problem and it falls, it may create a big accident. So how do we get authorization? How do we prove it? If you remember, until the moment helicopters were allowed to fly over the cities, it took some time. In the beginning, people were not trusting helicopters for that. Finally, now it's okay. It's a proven technology. Next thing that we have to do is citizen acceptance. We can put any technology we want out. If the users, the citizens, do not want it because they're scared about security, look what happens with a 5G. There is a lot of opposition. So that takes time to convince the people that it's safe and it has a merit to exist. What are also the weather limitations? If there's a rain, can it work? What about cybersecurity? If anybody just hijacked the drone and just divert it somewhere else, what happens? And we'll be flying within a city. Obstacle avoidance. There are electric cables, antennas. The drone should be able to see them, not to fall on them. But it cannot see them all the time, or when it sees it, it might be too late. Do you have to map in this detail the whole city and make corridors? How do you do it? What is the cost? Clearly, noise. You don't want to have at 3 o'clock in the morning a very noisy drone flying around. That creates a problem. And of course, use cases. Where are you going to use it? What is the best idea? Finally, given all that, the companies that will operate, what are their business model? Will the insurance companies be ready to pay the extra cost? Will the government pay it? Will the citizen pay it? How they make their money? Because let's be clear, a company that's creating drones or operating them, somewhere there is a business. So it has to be covered as well. So for the next 12 months from now, what we have is clarify the legal framework, figure out what's allowed, what's not allowed, who are the actors, what are the laws that they have to be changed locally and remotely. The operational concepts with the health partners. What exactly does the hospitals want? What is their plans? Whom do they want to transfer? Do they have the infrastructure? From where to where it will go? What are the use cases? What is the material? And then start doing tests in Geneva with smaller drones. That is what we will do in Geneva. Take smaller drones, well, not the small like that, but of certain size. Try to fly them around and figure out what are the issues. I mean, electric cables, point that we cannot go, figure out about authorizations, and have a first design, completed design of the hardware that it will be constructed. There, the EPFL will collaborate with Airbus. There are different entities that they're highly interested on this level. So I conclude here, and I think the questions are after, right?
Yes. Thank you very much for this presentation. And now we're up to our final presentation for this session, and it will be given by Ms. Denise Soecilio, who is the co-founder of Lausanne-based Outside International, an innovation consultancy specializing in scaling responsible innovation throughout humanitarian and development practice. Denise is an expert in unmanned aerial system used in humanitarian and development settings and in operationalizing clean technologies. She has worked with the World Bank and other development, humanitarian and UN institutions, advising on the application and implementation of space-based systems and unmanned aerial system technologies, socially beneficial operations. She was leading coordination of the flying operations of the Africa Drone Forum, where drone operations from across the globe showcased long-range drone flying operations over Lake Kivu. Denise has led a European Union humanitarian aid innovation grant planning for the implementation of drones in humanitarian action globally and has authored several leading publications on unmanned aerial systems in development and humanitarian action. Previously, Denise has worked in researching environmental crimes and environmental health. In recent years, however, her focus has moved towards mitigating the negative impact of climate and development work on human health and well-being, considering the implications of adapting new technologies for beneficiaries. Denise will present on the frontiers of the use of drones in humanitarian action, covering a multitude of use cases and the key barriers to efficient implementation. The floor is yours.
Hi, thank you very much. As already stated, thanks for the introduction. My name is Denise Soecilio. I'm a co-founder at Outside International. We're working with some of the largest development organizations and humanitarian organizations to scale their innovation portfolios. On my background, I mean, I'm really pleased to talk about drones because that's really what I've been doing a lot the last 5 years or so. I've been working on both implementation in the field, very complex implementations of BVLOS cargo flights, but also I've been involved in donor strategy and policy making, and I'd be pleased to share a bit on that with you. But just to back up a little bit, I think what we're facing currently is a confluence of factors that's really putting a lot of pressure on our systems. One is being climate change, and the other one is population growth. And we see really increased conflicts as a result. There's more pressures in terms of pandemics, which we see right now, and this is likely to increase, and water shortages. And this is also has severe impact on sort of the humanitarian work that we've been doing. Just in the last 8 years or so, the spending we had to put into just life-saving activities has almost doubled. So we're now hovering around 30 billion per year. And what's actually even more important is that we still have about 36% of a funding shortfall to meet these humanitarian needs. And the way innovation comes in here is that we are trying to reach more people with the funds that we have available. We want to close this funding gap. So we really have to look at being able to do our work more efficiently and also do it better. And this is really how we also look at drones when we're talking about innovation in humanitarian aid. I like to think about this moral axiom of innovation when I do my work. It basically reads, if you can change the world by innovating today so that you can satisfy more of your obligations tomorrow, then you have a moral obligation to innovate today. Also, I mean, we see a lot of innovation that's potentially not responsible, and maybe I can call out Silicon Valley, where really we see that resources are pooled with a few, and it's really shifting power more towards a certain demographic. Here, are some principles on how we need to design innovations, and these are taken from the Handbook of Ethics, Values, and Technological Design. And we have to design innovations around these principles, and this is privacy, security, inclusion, sustainability, democracy, safety, transparency, accountability, and responsibility. On top of that, any innovations that we use should be supporting the Sustainable Development Goals, which are listed here. So on humanitarian innovation, we really have to be comfortable with risk whenever we're innovating. On the left, you see sort of the extreme end is programming, which is business as usual. It's fairly low risk, but we're also not bringing in a lot of efficiency improvements, like most likely. On the far right, you have invention-driven innovation, which is bringing in completely new processes and technologies that are unknown to the humanitarian field or outside of the humanitarian field. This is very, very rare. We don't see that very often. When we use drones, we actually are more in the adaptive programming phase or adaptation-driven innovation. And this is, again, where my experience comes in. The good thing is that we can draw on sort of the commercial sector when it comes to a lot of drones. Mapping drones are becoming very, very common. Everyone can start to use them. Where we see a lot more difficulties in implementing drones is where the commercial sector does not exist, or does not exist yet, which is cargo deliveries, and I can talk about that a bit later. But what we see, this is really disrupting the aviation space, because on the left you see, I think this is a Boeing from 1957, and on the right you see a fairly brand new Boeing 787, and they haven't changed a lot. They had 70 years to do some work, and what they've done is actually they've just optimized and optimized and optimized so that you get a safer system, but it really hasn't changed once they found their design. What we're looking at when it comes to cargo drones, we really see that we're still in an innovation space. So we see lots of funky, strange, interesting designs. They take off and fly in all kinds of different manners. And but it also means that we see still a lot more accidents, and that's why it's so tough, what we just heard, to fly over people. So there's some limitations to this. So the main humanitarian use cases right now, there are a few more, but they're more on the fringe. It's really data acquisition and cargo delivery is what we want to go to. And I thought I'd take you through one example of data collection that I implemented a few years ago, now 4 years ago, here in the Pamir Mountains. This is one example of a village. It's one of several hundred villages in the Pamir Mountains that's kind of nestled at the foot of the mountains next to rivers, and they're very vulnerable from both mudslides from the mountains and also floodings from the river. And if we can play this video, this is a fairly common occurrence that, let me see if I can start. No. This is in 2017, where several million cubic meters of debris came washing down the mountains because the temperatures drastically increased in July, probably a phenomenon related to climate change. And so this is one of these mudslides that happened in this village. This is a satellite picture of this particular village before this mudslide. And here I want to point out in the top left, you see that the mountain side is quite green, and these are irrigated pasture areas that were being used. Also at the bottom, and this is very hard to see, towards the river, there's one little bridge that actually connects the village to the main road, which is on the other side. And then upstream on the right, there's a tiny hydropower plant that's providing electricity to the village. What actually happened afterwards, after this mudslide, is a lot of this infrastructure was broken. So you see the irrigation channels no longer worked. So the mountainsides dried up, and that took part of the livelihoods from these villagers. Also, the debris actually cost the river to completely be dammed up, which means it started to flood a lot of the buildings and it damaged the hydropower plant. And lastly, also the bridge, which was the only sort of connection and lifeline to the main transport artery, was also cut off. The red boxes where I stood, and I took a picture of what this looked like. What you see here is the channel of what used to be a tiny little stream that was now eroded and completely taken out. So our partner in Tajikistan asked us to do some mapping work to help them plan the reconstruction. And we used one of these actually Swiss-made drones. It's called the EB, and it uses a fairly standard CyberShot camera to map out the area. And maybe we can start this video also. So this is the 3D model that we generated through our work as a fly-through. Actually, I should say that there's a lot of mapping products that can be generated with drones, but I think one of the most important ones when it comes to humanitarian aid is being able to demonstrate to decision makers and people that make funding decisions to show them the extent of the damage and to have this evidence to bring in cash flows to support on the ground. But here also what happened is this NGO has one helicopter. There are only 1 or 2 helicopters in the entire country. And they had tried to fly up this channel to see where this erosion had come from. And they actually couldn't get all the way up to see what this was, where this mud flow had initiated. So they asked us to map this entire channel to show the erosion, which you see on the left and right of the stream. And we're actually able to reach all the way to the top where this erosion started. So there's quite some ways to go still. This, by the way, flying helicopters in these mountains is very, very dangerous. When I say they had 2 helicopters, since then there's unfortunately been a crash, and I believe they only have 1 more helicopter in the country for these types of emergency operations. So all the way on the left, you see that was the beginning of this erosion. So we were able to map out this area. This is a picture I took of the team that was involved in the mapping work. I think ideally we would have wanted to stay in the village and just send the drone up and map that entire area, but that's not possible, and that I think is one of the limitations to using drones, both in terms of regulations and safety. You have to have the drone in visual sight at all times, which meant we had to actually track up this mountain quite some ways to then initiate the flights. But actually one of the major benefits to being able to use these mapping drones is to make these topographical maps, which come in really handy when it comes to all kinds of hydrological mapping. And again, this is a picture from Malawi, actually. We heard from Malawi, where I was involved in creating some maps to help with flood planning, contingency planning. So if you apply the right kinds of color schemes, you can actually tell very easily which areas are at what elevation, and this then helps in the planning of development and even irrigation channels, etc. This is another example of the application. With a few mouse clicks, once you have this kind of model, you can determine volumes, etc., which also helps with the cleanup of debris, and then also topographical mapping. Next is, I think, a topic that I really enjoy working on these days. I think this is really a frontier, which is cargo drones. Very, very complex, and there are not a lot of implementations. We hear a lot about organizations using them in the field, but most of these are actually pilot implementations. But just briefly to tell you a bit about humanitarian air cargo transport, this usually takes place in conflict settings. For humanitarian purposes, we really want to be using roads because it's so much cheaper than using airplanes. So, but a reason why we would want to be using air cargo is because there's a limited access on the ground. This is very often due to security the security situation and conflicts. But just to give you a number, it's about 10 times as expensive to deliver aid through the air as it is on the road. Plus, it's quite a challenge to find pilots sometimes to take the risk and fly over these areas. So the World Food Programme and other organizations have been looking at using drones potentially to deliver this kind of aid. And here you see 3 models that have been in close discussions with the humanitarian community. 2 of these are electric powered by Pipistrel, which is a European leader in electric aircraft. And one is a singular aircraft Flyox, which is also amphibious, so it can land on water. None of these have been used to make actual deliveries yet because they need to be certified aircraft, and these are going through the certification process. The other issue is that these are much, much smaller than the aircraft we would usually use for deliveries. So to really give us this price advantage, we have to be able to fly either several drones using the same pilot, or just really push down the price of these operations, which is an ongoing challenge. Now, coming to small cargo, what you just saw is what we consider large cargo, about 1 ton. Small cargo, the main use cases we're looking at is for medical deliveries, and that's also what you saw by UNICEF in Malawi. Very often we're looking at so the delivery of sort of response to medical emergencies, just-in-time resupply, and two-way transport of diagnostics, so vaccines and often blood conserves, etc. So some of the main use cases. This is, I think what I should say here is that very few have been able to provide the service to scale. There are only 2 companies that I know of in Africa. One is Zipline and the other one is Dove Air that are now starting to actually deliver flights at scale. This is the network of Zipline. They're using electric aircraft, so they have limited reach, but through each of their delivery centers, they're able to service a few hundred health facilities, which is quite impressive. There's, of course, other examples. So we've seen a Zipline in Ghana. There's also Zipline in Rwanda. They've been established there for a few years now. They've been able to decrease the delivery time of transfusion blood from an average of 4 hours to 30 minutes. They're able to reach the entire country with just 2 delivery centers. Swoop Aero and Vanuatu Ministry of Health, this was facilitated by UNICEF. It was more of a pilot implementation, but they say they've been able to boost vaccination coverage from 85 to 95% in Vanuatu. And of course, here in Switzerland, there's also been pilot projects. This is by no means done at scale. There's Maternet who have been transporting laboratory samples between hospitals. Who leads this innovation? Really, it's an ecosystem, complex innovation situation that we're facing. So there's actually a lot of actors involved here. There always have to be national governments involved. Usually it's the Ministry of Health that's facilitating this. They're actually the primary customer. I should say the cargo services that are available right now are completely unaffordable to most African governments, so they're heavily subsidized. You have the ministries of transports who are involved through their civil aviation authorities for flight authorizations. There are UN bodies and the development sector. USAID has been very involved. The World Bank I've been working with quite a bit. UNDP, WHO, UNAIDS, ITU, and UNICEF actually has been also at the forefront. Bilateral and multilateral development donors, as I said, it's currently completely unaffordable for African governments to make use of this service. We have foundations. The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation has been absolutely instrumental to help Zipline set up their services. And then always still, I think there are a lot more impact investors who are looking to get involved. And of course, the private sector that's making the technology. Yeah, so I think there's a lot of potential in the space. I think we have to be honest about the challenges that we're facing, especially when we're bringing sort of a very high-tech implementation to what's essentially a low technology setting. So what we do with our clients or customers is we help them see the big picture of what's happening. We help them see what does the industry look like, what does the field look like, who are the actors in the field. And then based on what this organization is planning to do, we come up with a strategic vision on how to be involved. And then the third step is to evolve the systems on the ground, which is actually tends to be quite involved. And this is my presentation for today. Thank you.
Well, Ms. Saucedo, thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. And now I believe we can have a few more minutes for a question and answer session. So if any of you ladies and gentlemen have some... okay. Give your question.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, only to raise that industrial design, it's an aspect of the intellectual properties rights, intellectual property systems. One of the 5 other aspects, which are copyright, patent, trademark, geographical indications, and the industrial design. And it could be also determined on framework. And I am ready to share that bilaterally. Thank you.
Who would like to answer first? Could you repeat your question and maybe rephrase it a little bit?
It's not questions, it's just proposal to say...
Just a proposal, okay.
Yes, the industrial design for drones, it's protected by law in the intellectual properties systems. And I am ready to share about that bilaterally. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much to all the speakers. Fantastic presentations. I had a question for Ms. Saucedo. I was wondering sort of what you see as maybe the primary barriers to innovating in the space of drone and humanitarian interventions. And I was wondering if they're mainly legal or more, I don't know, having to do with connecting private and public resources, or what you see as sort of the barriers in that space. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I think this is a really good question, and I'm sure our colleague from UNICEF would also have some insights here, but the main barrier that we're seeing right now is actually on the side of the regulations for certain types of implementations, especially if we're looking at cargo delivery drones. They're a bit more challenging also on the safety side in terms of managing these operations, and a lot of CAAs, so the civil aviation authorities in these countries, they don't have capacity to deal with drones on top of all the conventional aviation business. So there's some capacity and regulatory challenges. And the next part is there are some operators now in Africa that are starting to scale their operations, and they're saying that training and expertise, it's really hard to find pilots that are trained to the level that they need this. And this is also where the ADDA comes in very strongly, and some other actors who are providing these education services. And with that, I can't stress how important it is to build this capacity on the ground in Africa for this to be sustainable.
Mrs. Juncker, if you would like to make some comments.
Yes, please. I can only underpin what just has been said. You know, the lack of qualified personnel is the hugest challenge. So the African Drone Data Academy is certainly a good start, but it has only started with the first course, and I think the first students have graduated just before the summer break, if I remember correctly. So this is this is being built up. As a fundraiser, I would also add that it's hugely important that all these initiatives are substantially funded, that we here on the territory of Switzerland and also Liechtenstein, which we as UNICEF Switzerland and Liechtenstein cover, find investors, find donors, supporters who help us grow the initiative. And this is where I see our role primarily here in the country. Thank you. Over.
Any other questions? Yes, sir.
Thanks very much. My question is for Mrs. Juncker. I was wondering if you would be able to share any metrics on the scale and tempo of flight operations in Malawi. How often are these flights happening? How many flight hours have been achieved? What's the split between flight hours for mapping, say, and for deliveries? Thanks so much.
I'm very sorry. I don't have detailed numbers, but maybe we can share email addresses. I'm very happy to do some research and provide answers to that very particular question about the metrics, if that's satisfactory for you for today.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for the floor. My question is to Mr. Dimitri Konstantas. And looking at your project, I mean, not project, but the way it's evolving, the whole ambulance project, I get the impression that you're pretty much upfront. You're really moving fairly fast. So my question is that all that means quite a degree of investments taking place by whoever. Now, what happens if, in the end analysis, the people of Geneva decide they don't want the drone project, the drone project, sorry, because I think there'll be a referendum or whatever. Am I right?
Yes, you are absolutely right. There can be an initiative and everything goes down. However, the Geneva State doesn't make a drone. It puts the legal framework around it so that commercial companies can deploy it. So in this sense, I don't think there's any danger for initiative because this is a standard law that the parliament will vote. And it's not simply Geneva, it's federal. The air is controlled by the federal aviation. Geneva can put some fine touch, corridors define some things here and there, but the authorizations go from a federal. And that's either a law or simply a directive from the federal authorities, which directive of federal authorities is not attackable by initiative. Only laws are attackable by initiative. So the danger is minimal because there will be private investment to do it, and plus, from preliminary questions we've made to people, when they understand that the drone can take them half an hour earlier to the hospital than the ambulance, that means life and death, especially in severe accidents. So they understand that there is an interest to live a bit longer. So on this point of view, people are very happy. They're putting questions regarding safety, what will happen if you fall down, what will happen if a terrorist attacks it. But these are questions that we can solve at some point. So we are not afraid that they will go down. What is more is that if the legal framework and the procedure of changing the laws become very complicated, that may take years until we get the certifications, authorizations, etc., same problem that the other speaker said about all those big drones flying over inhabited cities.
Thank you.
Yes, miss.
I'm Dragana Trajkovic from MINET company from Geneva. So we developed one project in Italy for the person who are HIV positive. and they need care, they take drugs regularly. So we have also the person who are far away from the hospital and pharmacy to take drugs, and we develop the software and for facilitate this. And I have a question: how you tracking temperature? Some vaccine and some drugs need to be have constantly temperature. How are you monitoring this when you're transporting from hospital to someplace hot like in Africa?
To who do you address your question, Miss?
I start and then...
to who? It's Madam, it's Juncker.
Thank you very much. It's a very good question, and it's one of the the challenges or also the limits, I would say, of drone transportation. I think it depends on the distance, and there are limits. Also for blood samples, we cannot do everything, and I think that will be my main answer to it. When it comes to the detail, and I think that was your question, how do we measure the temperature, or how do we make sure that the temperature remains in a certain area? I cannot give you more precise information, but I'm very happy to hand over to my colleague. Maybe you can, Denise.
Yeah, I can add a little bit here. There's really two forms to transport these cold chains, and one is through passive cooling methods, and one is through active cooling methods. Mostly we're using passive methods, which means we use sort of the right type of packaging. And that seems to be enough because of the short transport times. A lot of the products don't cool down enough. I mean, it's physically not possible to cool down enough. So that's usually what we do. And these active systems actually tend to be quite energy. They draw a lot of energy from the system. So if we're using electric cargo, then that really shortens the distances that we can fly. And also, I should say, there are companies now that are making boxes, industry standard boxes for cargo transport. So I think this is something that we will see coming up in the next few years.
Sorry, but the question was, how do you monitoring all from hospital until to patient?
Yeah.
The temperature, it's exactly good.
Yeah, I think there's only been tests. As I said, we haven't had to actively cool these systems. Passive cooling is what has been used most of the time. I know of some companies that are making sensors now, but I don't know if they're in use.
Okay.
Just to say, just from a practical point of view, already samples like that, they are moved by ambulances. It's history. The drone will have a far shorter flight time than an ambulance. So using the same material, the same isolation, the drone cannot fly more than half an hour, 40 minutes. There is no battery. So it doesn't make any difference by using the standard equipment that is available for the ambulances to move samples, can be used by the drone. It's a shorter distance, shorter time. It will not create a major problem. It's technology that already exists. Simply adapting it to the boxes to transfer them.
Well, with this question, I believe we will put an end to this session. I would like to thank the speakers for the important presentations again and invite you all to the lunch break.
Thank you. There's another announcement. So I would like to thank everybody for this 25th edition. And we will have on podium a representative of the Student Organizing Committee and of the Webster Humanitarian Association. Just know that the conference is not over. We would like to thank you right now, but there is an appendix this afternoon between 1:45, 2 p.m. up to 3 p.m. in room 13. I repeat it, in room 13, there will be a virtual reality experience, Bridges Beyond Borders, and Father Gabriele Beltrami of the St. Charles Missionaries will present this project, and you will also experience with the goggles the journey of a migrant family. So please join us in room 13 after lunch between 1:45 and 3 p.m. Thank you very much. JV, Leanne, the floor is yours. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you for coming. It's been a great conference. Me changing all the slides and whatnot, so anyways, thank you for coming, and we'll see you next year.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Leanne Shakeshir, and I'm speaking on behalf of WHA, which is the Webster Humanitarian Association. We would like to thank you for your participation and your attendance for this year's 25th Humanitarian Conference. We hope that you have found it insightful, just as we have also did. Just to give you a little information about WHA, we are a Swiss student-led association, and we were founded in 2009. We raise awareness for human rights and human rights violations and abuses, and we also advocate for helping and supporting the local community through financial donations. We would also like to thank you for your donations when you first came in for the Haiti Drive, and it was a privilege for us to sponsor this event once again. We'd just also like to mention that on October 8th, we have an upcoming event for the Haiti Kids Drive. And if you would like more information, you can go on our website at wha.webster.ch. And thank you once again for your participation.
Thank you. See you next year. Thank you.